president of New Mexico Junior College, and on behalf of the board of directors, faculty, staff, and students, it's an honor to welcome you today to Cabinets in Your Community event. We are especially pleased to welcome Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham and her dedicated team. Your commitment to bringing state government directly to the people is deeply appreciated, and we thank you for choosing New Mexico Junior College and Lee County to be part of this initiative. At New Mexico Junior College, we take pride in being the hub for education, workforce development, and innovation in Southeast New Mexico. We serve over 3,000 students each semester through academic and workforce programs that equip them for success in today's dynamic job market. From nursing to energy, business to skilled trades, NMJC is helping power the future of our region through partnerships with local industry and community leaders. A prime example is NMJC's new 25,000 square foot industrial training center that's slated to open on July 17th. We're thankful to the state of New Mexico, the oil and gas industry, and our other industry partners for their support of workforce training in New Mexico Junior College. We're excited to be shaping the future of New Mexico right here on this campus. NMJC is also proud to be a collaborative partner in many of the major community efforts that have helped move Hobbs forward. Efforts that reflect the vision and leadership of the person I'm about to introduce. It's my honor to introduce a leader whose impact on this city will be felt for generations, Mayor Sam Cobb. Mayor Cobb has served as mayor of Hobbs since 2012, following a long record of public service on state and local boards. Under his leadership, and thanks to the prosperity brought by oil and gas and nuclear investments, combined with strong partnerships and sound fiscal management, the city of Hobbs has invested more than $100 million in quality of life improvements with no debt. These include the core Brockway and Community Links and the Veterans Memorial Park and Ballpark Complex, in addition to many others. Mayor Cobb has been instrumental in transformative partnerships, including the construction of CTEC, a $50 million vocational high school serving over 1,100 students, and the opening of a $120 million regional hospital through a public-private partnership with Covenant Health and the J.F. Maddox Foundation. He continues to advocate for critical services, including new behavioral health initiatives across the region. Mayor Cobb is also a successful entrepreneur, the owner of RMS Foods, a company employing over 100 people and producing plant-based food products for national and international markets. His leadership spans business, real estate, and ranching, but his heart remains with this community. As he prepares to step down from his role as mayor, we thank him for more than a decade of tireless visionary service to Hobbs. Please welcome him.
Citizens of Hobbs and residents of Hobbs and our commission, we want to welcome all of you. It's been a little trying this evening, so we certainly appreciate coming out, welcoming the governor, all the cabinet secretaries and their team. It's a lot of effort for them to come down here. I want you to give them a hand for making that effort. I've had the privilege of knowing Michelle for several years. We and I have been personal friends for several decades, as a matter of fact. Her public service in the state is mine as well. And it's a privilege and an honor for me to introduce her this evening. Michelle Lujan Grisham is the 32nd governor of the state of New Mexico and the first Democratic Hispanic woman to be elected governor in U.S. history. Her second term began in 2023. In her first term, Governor Lujan Grisham led the creation of one of the nation's first cabinet-level state agencies dedicated solely to early childhood education and care that help secure stable funding sources for generations to come through the Early Childhood Trust Fund and the Land Grant Permanent Fund. These investments have made a majority of New Mexico families eligible for free child care, established universal free kindergarten for 4-year-olds, and increased wages for child care workers. In 2023, New Mexico became the first state in the nation to pass universal healthy meals ensuring that every child in the state receives 2 healthy meals every school day around the state. And also, they increased the educational requirements in the state to 1,190 hours. The governor's dedication to closing gaps in educational access and outcomes in New Mexico also extends to higher education. New Mexico is a proud home to the nation's most expansive pre-college program. Since its creation in 2019, the Opportunity Scholarship has helped more than 45,000 New Mexicans pursue higher education in colleges and universities around the state. Governor Lujan Grisham serves as member of the National Governors Association Executive Committee. She was a founding member of the Freedom Alliance and also serves on the Alliance's Executive Committee. She is vice chair of the Western Governors Association, co-chair-elect of the United States Climate Alliance, and co-chair of the Council of Governors Emergency Management and Disaster Response Team. She also served as a co-chair of the Biden-Harris Transition Team. Governor Lujan Grisham was born in Los Alamos and graduated from St. Michael's High School in Santa Fe and earned undergraduate and law degrees from the University of New Mexico. Before her time as governor, she served as New Mexico Secretary of Health under Governor Bill Richardson and also spent 3 terms as New Mexico's District 1 representative in the U.S. Congress. She also served as chair of the Hispanic Caucus. Please help me welcome Michelle Lujan.
Started. Good evening, everyone, and thanks to all of the elected leaders who are here, but mostly to the community. It's tough to give up an evening with your family, but we're here for really a couple of reasons. One is to kind of give you a sense about where we're headed in the next year and a half. 2, to make sure that we're including your ideas and comments and thoughts as we do that, give you a sense about meeting the cabinet, who are hard at work every day. And 3rd, to just answer questions and comments and concerns, which is why this group was here earlier in the day, setting up the exhibit hall, providing services to members of this community, and instead of asking families from Hobbs and Lee County to drive to Santa Fe, we believe that we should come into your communities, that we should show respect to the New Mexicans who live and work here, and so we really are diligent about doing that. It is also our goal to get to many more communities in the next year and a half. And I bring the whole cabinet, again, so you can get to know them. And again, sometimes I don't have the right strategy or answer, and frankly, it's incredibly useful for me to hear us both problem solve and engage and discuss your concerns or ideas in any fashion whatsoever. I really appreciate being here. I don't know how I feel about Mayor Cobb saying he's known me for decades. You could have just said for a while. He's known me for a while. But it is true, and probably one of the highlights of my career. Sam Cobb's been a mentor and a friend, as well as many members of this community who are here tonight. I also want to thank members of the state police and the local law enforcement here. You'll hear us talk a bit about public safety. And certainly that is something that I'm working diligently on in the next year and a half. So let's go to that work too so I can sit down, which is, what are we focused on? We have seen a dramatic spike, including here, in juvenile crime. We have seen a dramatic spike, including here. It's a statewide issue in the number of juveniles who are detained and arrested for pretty serious gun violence charges. It is the most now prevalent public safety issue that we are coping with. And at last time we were checking memos and data back and forth, the juvenile detention here was full at capacity with, it's really tough for county officials and the mayor to navigate that. So I've asked the legislature to do 3 things. I have to say that the legislative representatives from these communities in this area all said yes until the very end. So at Senate, I had a little trouble. And I think I know why. I'm not sure I really disagree with how they approach this. So 1, we need changes to the children's code. You know, 30 years ago, kids weren't bringing guns to schools. And this is not a debate about guns. I'm not trying to do that in any way. Responsible gun owners and hunters are not a problem in New Mexico. Never have been. I don't anticipate they ever will be. But felons with firearms get them in the hands of kids pretty readily. And these kids are engaging in any number of serious crimes. That was not occurring when the last time we really did a major overhaul to the children's code and to juvenile justice issues. And we have to have the courage to do that today. 2, we have to figure out detention. You know, there used to be 13 to 15, depending upon how you sort of identify who was doing what. Counties were responsible for both juvenile detention and detention or jails for other public safety populations. And it's expensive, and there weren't a lot of juveniles, which is a good thing. But there was a whole shift in both priorities and what we think everyone ought to be doing. And as a result, we stopped leaning into detention. Now, there's a good reason to not lean in. You know, kiddos who are in detention are not with their families and they're not at school in the same way. We still provide education, but it feels terrible to take a young person and to create a detention, and there's evidence out there that says when you do that, you do it the way we did it 30 years ago, that it's not always effective at rehabilitating and supporting a young person. So you might do more damage than good. That philosophy is still valid by a lot of national evidence, but doesn't consider that you could fix detention and call it something different. But to put this in stark perspective, an 11-year-old in Bernalillo County committed 3 murders while we were debating detention. Not 1, not 2, 3. And he's made it really clear, he'll do it again, and you really can't hold 11-year-olds anywhere in the state. So that puts a particular challenge on local leaders and elected officials. Puts a challenge for me. It's impossible for CYFD to navigate that. It's impossible. And some of the kind of public responses we've gotten is, well, you could put that child, if we could get custody for, long enough to do something, in foster care. I don't think so. You cannot do that. You cannot be creating risk for innocent families and other innocent children. So it's a complicated issue. The reason I wanted to tell you that story is to try to get everyone on the same page, but to give a sense that these are very complicated issues that require us to really lean in. In addition, risk related to drugs and fentanyl and folks who are unhoused and the intersection of crime is in fact escalating statewide. And I believe that we could attenuate and do all of it. So here's the pitch, but I need your ideas. We have a tendency in every state, New Mexico's not excluded, that we let the pendulum swing. So we focus on prevention and nothing else. Then we'll focus on accountability and nothing else. We're smart enough, capable enough, and we have the resources to do both at the same time. So I think there's more work to be done in making sure that repeat dangerous criminals stay behind bars until there's a trial. I think there needs more to be done to the Children's Code for accountability. I think there needs to be more done for folks who can't make good decisions for themselves because of alcohol and drugs and mental illness and the intersection of all 3 of those things. They cannot make good decisions. They will not stay in treatment. There has to be a tool. And so many of you know I'm interested still in a special session to deal with that and a number of other things. I have not made a decision. I don't make those decisions lightly because they cannot work very well. And legislators need the opportunity to think about what it is they believe reflects the interests of their constituents and is in the best interests of the state. Right? It's not something I should or can do alone. But I do think public safety in New Mexico, particularly gun violence, requires a lot more work. So we're into that. 2, education. So wherever I go, I get a bit challenged, as I should. That, New Mexico's in last place everywhere, and by the time the evening's done, I'm going to assure you, New Mexico's actually leading the country in a number of places. And in fact, for this community and your neighboring communities, I got into a full-on argument in Anchorage, Alaska, over oil and gas, where they had the top 10 producing states. And where was New Mexico ranked? Number 1? No. No. We are too, but we weren't placed there. Where do you think we were? We weren't even on the list. All right, so people have really weird notions about our state, including some New Mexicans. And so I will do that a bit later, but we are leading in tax reform. We are leading in economic development. We're leading in wage growth. We're leading in housing investments. We are leading in numerous categories. And you don't get to do that unless you double the population of your state. And the fact that we're doing that says a lot about the policies of both our administration and your legislators, as we do it together. It's not a one-size-fits-all, it's a partnership, and a ton is coming. Educational outcomes in K through 12 are nowhere near where they must be. 1, we need to fully embrace structured literacy, so expect us to talk about that if there's a question, and that I want more from the legislature. We got a little taste of it, which means that higher education, so right here, must teach structured literacy to their educators, and you can't get funded if you don't do that. But that's a rule we've had in place that too many universities and colleges have been ignoring, but it needs to be a mandate in the schools. Roswell Public Schools, fully embracing structured literacy, had an 11% growth in literacy and reading scores in less than 1 full school year. 11%. So when people talk about the Mississippi Miracle, I think we should talk about the Roswell reality. Because we're winning. It shows that when we do something, we can do it better and faster. It took them a decade of doing it a little and doing it a little. I want to do it all. And that will lend itself to better math outcomes. Because if you can read, you can do a math problem. Now, we need to do a better job teaching math. There's not a standard curriculum that's evidence-based anywhere in the country. Every state is too low in math, ours included. Absenteeism, we've seen an improvement, still terrible. Mostly terrible in mid-school. I'd also make an argument that has a lot to do with reading. If you can't read at grade level in mid-school, boy, it's a tough situation for those students, parents, and educators. It's just really hard. So we're doing more in absenteeism, we're doing more in mid-school, we're doing some guard-sponsored challenge courses. Those appear to be working. We've had an increase in graduation rates, and I'd like it to go much higher. And we can do that in 1 more school year. And honestly, we were number 1 in our region in teacher pay, and now we're sort of middle of the pack. Let's make sure educators know that we value their work. We have some, criteria about that, but we do value their work and investment. Our greatest asset is our future, and it's the children in New Mexico. I'm really proud of Hobbs community and junior college. More kids are going to college, more young people are staying, more folks who were raised here are staying here and working here, and it is a real indication that many of the things that you are already doing as a community need to be replicated everywhere else. And they're amazing. So you're going to see us learn from you, take more from you in that regard, and expand it statewide. And then the last thing, and there's lots of other stuff, so don't feel like you're not going to get any attention from me. But we need to do more in healthcare. So we're spending a lot of money in this community in making sure that our hospitals and our healthcare centers and behavioral health centers are getting the funds and resources they need to make a difference. And in fact, I'm going to ask you to do a round of applause for your legislators. They put $1 billion away, bipartisan, for behavioral health. $1 billion. It sets a standard, and we want it. But we have some work to do in things like malpractice. So if you hear about that, it is in fact an issue. Now, we've negotiated a couple of deals in a couple different sessions, but it was clear to me it's not enough, and I asked the legislature to create kind of our own insurance program. I can't control what insurance companies charge, and as you know about most insurance companies, they're not always nice and they're not always fair, but there are some state statutory policies that I don't think are conducive to building up a waning, retiring healthcare force. So if folks have questions about that, we're happy to talk about it, and we're going to lean in there hard. And it's really a fourth thing, but I count it in the three, which is really addressing homelessness. And I want to thank the legislators. They also leaned in really hard. They put in almost $250 million into affordable housing, and we're beginning to do ribbon cutting all over the state. And they also put in $110 million into tackling homelessness. It really needs a state response. I have to tell you, I'm not all that thrilled about taking on another huge, and neither is Secretary Nair, but we're up to the challenge. It's really a local issue, but it's been so hard for local folks to get traction on both the budgetary requests, right, and it takes so much money to move it. It really needs to be a state, we're all in it together response. We're going to be doing all the other work, right? Roads, local government investments, more in corrections. I'm sure folks are going to want to talk about that. More is more everywhere. And I feel really good about our trajectory. And I want to end with this. The commitments and the partnerships in this community in early childhood are second to none. And that's an area where we're always #1, and we just got listed as the state to watch, the state to envy, the state that's doing all of it right by the National Institute for Early Childhood Education. And you will hear from Secretary Perkinsky, and we've got many great programs right here in Hobbs, and lots of great partnerships, and we've made investments in Eunice and Tatum and right here, and they're making a huge difference. New Mexico again, #1. We are really leaning in, and that is going to address so many of our challenges moving forward. So with that, I'm going to sit down. But it's been really lovely just to say hello and give you a glimpse about where I'm headed, and your thoughts about that are valuable to us, and I'm really grateful that you're all here. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Grateful for the words, the leadership, and the wisdom. I'm going to get you introduced to the secretaries seated up here that represent your cabinet. We're going to start with Secretary Armijo. We'll skip the governor as she has already been introduced, and we're going to work our way back. Secretary Armijo.
Hear me? Good afternoon, good evening, community of Hobbs. I'm Carrie Armijo, the Secretary of the Jacksonville Healthcare Authority.
Good evening. Pleasure to be here. Ricky Cerna, Secretary for New Mexico Department of Transportation.
Hello. Thank you for having us here tonight, Hobbs. I'm Sarita Nair. I'm the Cabinet Secretary for Workforce Solutions. Good evening. It's always great to be back in Hobbs, so it's wonderful to see everybody again. My name is Alicia Tafoya Lucero. I'm the Secretary of Corrections.
Hello, I am Stephanie Rodriguez, and I am the Cabinet Secretary of the New Mexico Higher Education Department.
Good evening. I'm Gina DeBlasi, Cabinet Secretary for the Department of Health.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jason Bowie, Cabinet Secretary for DPS. Governor already thanked the state police. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge also the district commanders. I really appreciate them always leaning into challenges here in the district. Captain Winthorpe and Lieutenant Williams, thank you for being here and for everything you do here as well in the state police, and the Sheriff's Department for being such a good partner as well. So well, appreciate you being here.
Good evening, everybody. Miguel Aguilar, Major General. I'm the Adjutant General for the New Mexico National Guard, the Acting Secretary for Homeland Security Emergency Management. I just want to thank you for the amazing 2 hailstorms that you put in our way. It was really cool to get reacquainted with Southeast New Mexico.
So, hi, I'm Melanie Kinderdine, and I'm the Cabinet Secretary for the Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department. It's wonderful to be here. Thank you.
I guess we're supposed to stand up. My name is Wayne Drops. I'm the Secretary of the New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration.
Good evening. Thank you for welcoming us. My name is Stephanie Chardon-Clark. I'm the Cabinet Secretary of the Taxation and Revenue Department.
Good evening, and thank you for hosting us here this evening. I'm Teresa Casados, the Cabinet Secretary for Children, Youth, and Families Department.
Hello, good evening. I'm Elizabeth Roginski, Cabinet Secretary for New Mexico Early Childhood Education and Care Department.
Good evening. I'm the Secretary of Secretary of the Department of Veterans Services, and welcome to all our veterans.
Good evening, I'm Deborah Garcia Griego. I'm the Cabinet Secretary for the New Mexico Department of Cultural Affairs.
Good evening, everyone. It was a beautiful drive to Hobbs this morning. My name is Isaac Romero. I'm the Deputy Cabinet Secretary for the Economic Development Department.
Good evening, Hobbs. I'm Emily Kaltenbach. I'm the Cabinet Secretary of Aging and Long-Term Services.
Good evening, Hobbs. My name is Heather Jordan. I'm the Director of the Workers' Compensation Administration.
Good evening. My name is Manny Barreras, Cabinet Secretary for New Mexico Department of Information Technology.
Hello, my name is Dylan Lang. I'm the Director of the State Personnel Office.
Uju Tanshi, good evening. I'm Josette Manette, Cabinet Secretary for the Indian Affairs Department. Thank you.
Good evening, Mike Sloan, Director, Department of Game and Fish.
Good evening, Anna Silva, Acting Cabinet Secretary for the General Services Department.
Good evening, I'm John Roderick. I'm the Deputy Cabinet Secretary for the New Mexico Environment Department. Thanks for having us.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be with you. My name is Hannah Risley White. I'm the Director of the New Mexico Interstate Stream Commission, and here also representing the Office of the State Engineer.
Good evening, everyone. Lansing Adams, Acting Cabinet Secretary for the New Mexico Tourism Department, New Mexico True.
Excellent. A round of applause for this glorious cabinet. I want to do a quick note. In addition to the folks that serve with us here today, I want to call out Lovington Native State Police Chief Troy Wiesler, who's seated over there. Thank you, Chief, for joining us. Also note that Secretary Rob Black, who is not with us today because he's on business travel, is also able to. So gratefully able to recognize him.
He's fixing that slide in Anchorage right now as we speak.
That's right. Thank you, cabinet members, for not only being here, but your commitment to this community and our state. I'm going to give a couple brief remarks related to the format for this evening's town hall so we can get going here. You will note the incredible staff members that are here standing within the auditorium holding the microphones. There will also see some folks that have contact forms. One of the really important parts for this is that those contact forms are specific to this town hall. So the ideas generated and the collaboration that occurs here, it's very important that we're able to follow up with you with some precision. So you will have one of our staff members contact you and ask you to give them some information, so we will be able to give you updates. We'll be able to further collaborate and follow up with the ideas that are generated here tonight, tracking not only our progress, but also, you did some signing in at the front door. If you could lead with your name so that we know who you are, so that we can follow up with for the purposes of finishing some of these projects off. And a reminder that our goal is to stimulate robust discussion and idea generation surrounding solutions for your community and our state If you'd like to be recognized, please raise your hand and one of the staff members will come down here and walk a mic over to you. They're gonna hold on to it for you while you speak. Everyone here will be heard, so you don't have to worry that anybody won't get an opportunity to be recognized or be heard by this group. And we intend to answer all of the questions and hear from all of the folks that are present here tonight. Also want to invite anybody that have been told that there might be some folks in the hall that are waiting for a pause to come in. Please feel free to join us at this time if there's anybody waiting in the hall. And then just a last reminder related to ground rule and decorum. The watchword of the evening is respect for every community member here and every person here. Feel free to applaud any ideas or any innovation that you think is worthy of that. We're grateful for that enthusiasm. But let's refrain from booing or heckling any of the folks here so that we can show the due respect to anybody sharing their ideas. And we thank you in advance for your commitment to respecting one another and the decorum of this process. And then, as I mentioned earlier, if we can prioritize any folks that have children in the child care that would like to raise a concern or ask a question early, let's let them go ahead and I promise you we will not leave anybody else behind. Without any other further delay or any other ado, Hobbs and Lee County, we came here to hear from you. We have brought the entirety of this cabinet and our governor. Which brave soul in this group of folks will be the first to lead us with a question or a comment? Please feel free to raise your hand. Not everybody all at once. Mayor has something down here.
Thank you very much. I have two questions, both for the governor and the two cabinet secretaries. Lee and Eddy County and the municipalities of Lee and Eddy County are the poster children for the unintended consequences of HB 6. I think we're all aware of what has happened. Our largest business sector, due to HB 6, no longer remits any taxes to the municipalities. We still have the obligation to protect them, law enforcement, fire departments, all those types of things, but we're not receiving any revenue. I would hope that Secretary of Revenue, Governor, our legislature can come together with some way for us to be able to gain some of that revenue back, to use it in our local communities that you would be supporting. It's very important. We're losing about, City of Hobbs, we're losing about $15 million a year. It's important to our residents. We want to be able to have that money for roads, law enforcement, all those types. That's my first one. My second comment, I want you to be aware that through a collaboration and partnership in Lee County, all the municipalities and the county are working together on a behavioral health initiative. The county has encumbered in their budget this year for 25, 26, $30 million to be able to plan and design and build a facility or a group of facilities that can deal with the intervention and treatment for behavioral health and substance abuse in our area. I would hope that with the trust fund, as you guys are working through how that's going to work, please keep us in mind. We want to be successful and work with the state.
I'm going to, if I can, Mr. Mayor, do the easier one first. And also, I've been a bit cranky about some of the judicial issues for some other laws passed long before I became governor. And it's one of the reasons that, we don't hold very dangerous repeat offenders in far too many jurisdictions in the state. However, the Behavioral Health Trust Fund, just so everyone is clear, is not administered by the state. So what I could do, and I have done, the mayor's fairly persuasive, and he says to me, I need money for senior housing, I need money for the college, I need a bunch of money for roads, and I can come in here and say, as part of the money that's allocated to me in the budget, I'll do it. And I can just say yes, and 30 million would be exactly for a regional project. In fact, Secretary de Blasio might want to talk about, we've been already investing in the Rural Healthcare Delivery Fund, which is an initiative from our office, is to get money quickly into local communities like this one, who are standing up programs everywhere, and thank you. This money is all going to be administered by the Administrative Office of the Courts. Now, they're doing it in conjunction with the Healthcare Authority So we will take this back. I think we should be leaning in hard for regional efforts. They will make the biggest difference and they make the most sense. They're not only cost effective, but they will make the biggest difference. And then I'm gonna lobby you a bit. You know, I stop every single day. Today's a bit of an anomaly. There was a unhoused man out in front of an Allsups in Roswell, and he didn't really want to talk to me. But wherever someone is, I stopped somebody in Anchorage and bought her a dinner. I want to know, how'd you get here? What can I do? And overwhelmingly, the people that I've stopped in the last 4 years and talked to, and it's a lot of people. Most people are not from New Mexico, they come here because we have very few guardrails. So it's easy, and it's far too easy to access illicit drugs here, right? So easy place. 2, they don't want anything from me, right? They don't want treatment, placement, support, housing, navigation. They might want a dinner. I have bought quite a few dinners, but they don't want help. And so one of the issues I'm really struggling with, you know, it has to be constitutional, has to be fair, we have to be cautious and mindful. We have enough beds for drug addiction placements today for anyone who wants one. Very few adults want them. Well, once you're 18, I can't hold you. That's why hospitals release folks. Can't hold you. And the current law allows for a 3-day, sometimes a 5-day, 7-day. There's a real issue and kind of a stretch. And we've seen things a little bit longer, but they are rare. The current evidence says people need to stay at least 45 days to have enough clarity to then make a decision. And it may not be the decision you or I would make, Mayor, but they can't remove that fog or treat if there's also a behavioral health issue in less time than that. And so I'm really, really working hard. It passed nearly unanimously out of the Senate. I couldn't even get a hearing in the House on a fair, updated commitment bill. And for the folks here, New Mexico would be the last state in the country to address this issue. Every state, every red, every blue state, California, Colorado, Washington State, people, you know, states that are known for being really progressive about the prevention side in dealing with and housing first for unhoused populations. They've all changed their laws. And so we want this for you. If somehow that doesn't get through the Healthcare Authority and the Administrative Office of the Courts, if your legislators will work with me, I'd be very interested in having that in my own funding. There's nothing in that trust fund that says I can't fund it directly, because I think more is more, right? We have a real issue here that needs to be addressed. Families need our help. And if you have people or loved ones today that are willing to say yes, we'll give you cards. We will do that right away, and we've been very successful at getting people placed. So it's a too long of an answer, but it's a quick yes on both counts. Let's do everything we can. I don't have a cool 30 million sitting around that I have control over. That's a legislative function that I respect and think ought to stay. So I can't do that, but we can start working with the AOC, and we'll make sure that the secretary follows up with you, Mr. Mayor, so you know how those allocations work. And you have to have a relationship, I'm exaggerating a little, and you would need that anyway, with one of our current HMOs, right, our managed care organizations. So you've got providers there in the mix, but that's how that works. As you know, we're figuring out different pieces of our tax reform. They can be winners and losers and unintentional consequences, and this has been an issue we've tried to wrap our arms around, and not the first time your mayor's advocated that when something works for, I'm gonna be a little unfair and harsh. Well, it works for 90% of the state. You guys have all the money, and you guys figure it out yourself. We should be creating policies that work 100%. So I just wanted to use that as an example. That's how it got signed. That's how it got upstairs. One other thing that I just want to say is that in general, counties and cities have more money in their cash reserves than they have ever had as a percentage of their budget, ever. And given the federal funding losses that are coming, I don't know to what extent, none of us do, we have to wait and see what happens in the Senate. We're gonna have to tap into all those. Schools, some schools have 40% of their money in reserves. That's not for a savings account, it's for students, it's for educators. So we're all gonna have to do that, and that's another plug to really showcase things are going the right way in this community, so being penalized when those are situations, that's how legislators and this governor sign those bills in a different allocation, because we are aware of those facts. We talked about a hold harmless, and I know that we couldn't quite get that moving. I would be interested in another piece of legislation that looked at that. You know, one, I don't know where our revenue projections are, Secretary. You know, we know that oil and gas is down, and so we're a little concerned about some of that. We're not panicked. And one thing that your state, and I want this to be a joint credit, we're one of maybe 2 states, Secretary Probst, that went from the federal government's going in the wrong direction. New Mexico's financial health is going in the right direction, and we, for a long time, you know, didn't have a high rating, wasn't a terrible rating, but now it's the best rating it can be. It moved from stable to positive, and that says a lot about the collective work. We save a lot of your hard-earned tax money, recognizing that it grows and we can reinvest it later. So I don't want anyone to panic. I'm not panicked, but I can't lose, you know, $11 billion out of the state budget in 1 year and cover that. And so we have to figure that out. But I think there's some opportunities now. We didn't do a lot of productive, in my opinion, tax work this session. My advice to legislators here and statewide is I would lean into that a little more for the 30-day session. I vetoed a tax package. None of it would have started until next fiscal year anyway, so we didn't lose anything, but it didn't help Lincoln County, and it had some other material flaws. So this is a good time to kind of start from scratch, and I'd be interested in working with you to do just that. I know my answers are long. I'm hoping it's helpful to get context, since we use bill names and tax references. If that's too much, you can kind of give me a thumbs down, and I won't take that personally, but that you'd like me to move along. And secretaries, do you want to answer and add any value or information?
Thank you, Governor, and thank you, Mayor. I will follow up with you. I just want to acknowledge the hard work that's actually gone into this community in terms of building out the behavioral health system. Lots of great work happening locally. We're funding about $21 million in projects here in Lee County through the Rural Healthcare Fund. Most of those are behavioral health projects, and also working with a provider in this community to stand up a certified community behavioral health clinic in January. So really exciting work, and I'm really glad to hear and excited to hear about your project. We'll follow up with you. Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Mayor Cobb, for bringing up the question about destination sourcing. And just to kind of take a step back to what House Bill 6 was, that was 2019 legislation that, like every state, after this huge national litigation called Wayfair, every state that has a sales tax, or like we do a gross receipts tax, moved from taxing at the origin of where the business is located to instead taxing at the destination where the goods or services are delivered. And so that works great for most, like the governor said, about 90+%. But in your community, where you have oil services companies located in the municipality, but the services are delivered out in the unincorporated county, that's the issue we're talking about here. So, like you say, 15 million or so per year is definitely real money, and that's something that we should put thought to. But I do want to put it in context of the other things that bill did, which were create the local option compensating taxes to mirror the GRT, and between all local governments. The compensating tax is a new revenue source that's bringing in about $60 million per year, And then also because the reason we moved to that destination sourcing was to be able to broaden the tax base to include internet sales, out-of-state deliveries into New Mexico. And that definitely is something that is a major revenue source that rises.
How much
all
is
those.
that bringing in the internet tax, Secretary, about?
Over 100 million per year between all. And at the state level, that brought in revenue that allowed us to buy down the GRT rate. We cut the GRT rate by 0.25%. It was the first reduction of the state rate in over 40 years. So I hear you, and I hear the governor to continue to look for solutions to that. But I also want us to look at it in the context of these other new revenue streams that came on board at the same time.
And I actually wanted deeper cuts, and I could win them with the legislature, the gross receipts tax, just pointing out there's some more room for us to really think about good policy. New Mexico just got ranked 9th best tax overall policy for both individual payers and for businesses in the country. So that's an area that if you look on social media, they say we're terrible. Not true. And I like it when people are paying less and getting more as the general principle. So I think we're going to have to think about what it is, Mayor, but I'm interested in doing what makes a difference in your community.
Thank you, Governor, and thank you, Secretaries. Who would like to go next? I have a couple hands up here, if we can make our way to a mic to one of these gentlemen, please.
Hi, my name is Joe Rielli. I own Rig Outfitters and Scrub Outfitters. I employ about 35 employees. Just speaking for a lot of small businesses, the paid time off, the family medical leave, and minimum wage. You guys are killing small businesses. I don't know where you're getting your numbers from as far as when they put this legislation, that it's only going to cost the business this amount of money. You guys aren't even close to how much it's hurts. And you guys, give us a breathing room for COVID. And all of a sudden you're mandating all this other stuff that we're having to do, and it's killing small businesses. I'm not gonna open up a store in Carlsbad just because of all these mandates. I can't make no money. Then as far as the minimum wage, I'm not gonna pay a high school kid $16 an hour. Plus it gives them no incentive to get better.
It's $12, not that I'm
Well,
suggesting
saying
you give them,
No, it is
give less.
$12, but they're still trying to get it up to 16 from what I can see.
No, there's never no minimum wage bills that I saw in this legislature any sense.
Well, they told me that you
I
guys.
don't think that's accurate. Now, there may be a Democrat, I'm gonna guess, who's interested. I certainly haven't seen it, and paid family leave, you're right, is debated. I might need some help from my team, or maybe Secretary Nair. How many, was that first introduced in 20 or 21? 21? Thank you. And it's gotten robust debates, you'll notice, and I don't know why I said that, sir, I apologize. I didn't mean it to sound defensive, but it's not a governor's bill, there's a reason. And
Well, the people that are trying to pass it never ran a business.
That's probably true. I did run a business, so I know.
No, I see who's trying to get these laws passed. Not one of them has ever ran a business.
No, I think that's true. I would like to
So what makes
debate
them
that.
think it's important to do
But again,
this?
it doesn't pass the legislature. I can't prevent it from being introduced. That might cause some upheaval and turmoil. I don't want it. That risk to cause you not to expand your businesses. We worry about that, and
I would employ 30 people at another town, but now I can't. What are you gonna do with those 30 people? I could have been employed.
But there's no paid family leave.
Well, it almost passed, the family medical.
It didn't get anywhere close. It got so far from close that that's why we come here. Now, I want to say something in earnest, because, sir, I'm never not going to tell people the truth. We do a kind of a hybrid in state government that's paid leave for a number of things. I believe in paid leave. My sister died of cancer. Well, I know what happens to families that are navigating healthcare. But by the same token, these bills, which I have said publicly, don't quite work. And I've made sure legislators and community members know that. They don't work. And I have said publicly that post-COVID, we don't have enough workers, and we have to really think this through, and that the small business definition is not quite right at all. Now, New Mexico is doing really well in small business growth, but we don't want to stall it. We need a strong economy. I would like to offer something. We want you to expand. We'd love to talk to you about small business investments, workforce training that's free. You may not need it given your experience, but we'd like to lean in with you, and it will not happen no matter what in the 30-day, because it's not germane. That means I have to put it on. Well, it could be germane. I don't think that happens. I don't think we're ready. I need to be careful. I keep forgetting which session it is. I do want to say this. I do think it is coming in some context. And the best thing we can all do that I'd like to get to know you better is to find a way for the right waivers, the right exemptions, the right supports, the right investments by the state, so that you don't chill growth, you empower it. And I know that we haven't found that yet, which is why I have not been publicly supportive of the legislation. It's also why it doesn't pass. It's not right. Would you be willing to, I'm not as terrible as I appear behind this microphone.
Well, there's a second thing too.
Okay, because I'd like to work with you.
The crime.
Yeah.
I deal with shoplifting every day, and I know that's a problem. But pass some hard crime bills. I talk to the officers and deputies every day. They are frustrated because these people are in and out. And the people, the community is bashing these law enforcement officers when it's not their fault. And they're getting the brunt of it. We got some good deputies and good officers out there, and I wouldn't want to come to work because they get bashed every day, and it's not their problem.
I am with you 1,000,000%. Now, I'm going to remind you.
Passing tougher laws because
I'm trying. Guys, can you put some of the leadership in the House and the Senate into a headlock for me?
I had 3 employees assaulted last month.
Oh my
And
God.
this guy has a record a mile long. He's still out walking the streets. Why is that? I got 25 police reports for shoplifting. I know who they are. Not one of them has been prosecuted.
20, how many thousand, Ben Baker? Are you ready? This is
But
going
not
to
one
make
of them
you.
has been prosecuted.
I got it. This is going to make you more frustrated. That's not my aim here. But I'm not, you're preaching to the choir, which I kind of like, so may not have been everyone's intent. I have been asking for harder penalties and real crime bills since 2019. It is not new. So this notion that it's brand new is just false. And I had some real wins this session, so thanks to the legislators. But I am not happy. The progress is too little, too slow, and is tone deaf to the real crime issues. We should not have this public safety challenge. It is not fair to the law enforcement community. It's dangerous, and it is dangerous to business owners. More people are going to get hurt, and if you don't have accountability, you will not do a thing.
The answer I get from the DA and city attorneys, they're understaffed. That's why they don't take any of the cases. They're misdemeanors, and we got other bigger cases. That's the answers I get.
They should be prosecuting those cases.
They don't.
Those
They don't even touch
judges.
it.
Well, then, I'm not trying to throw anyone under the bus. I could do a better
I'll
job
throw
as a
them under the
governor.
bus.
Okay. But I have something to say to DAs. I can't do organized retail crime unless you prosecute those misdemeanors.
Well, these people that are doing it, it escalates to felonies. Because they
That's
know
right.
they're not going to be held
That's right.
accountable.
Well, but if they're prosecuted, we get to those felonies anyway. And so how many cases have been dismissed, are you ready, for competency in the state of New
That's
Mexico?
another one. Yeah, competency.
Yeah, so we're talking about 38,000 criminal cases, charges dismissed for the purposes of criminal competency. And
There's a couple of them in my case.
Absolutely. All the points you're raising, sir, are not only valid, we are with you, 1,000%.
1,000%.
I am the person that the governor puts at the tip of the spear to introduce legislation that she develops, supports, and we can get a legislator to buy in on that address both of the things you just raised. One, criminalizing a repeat shoplifter who already returns and has been criminally trespassed. make it a felony.
Trespassing don't
Guess
even
how,
help.
no, hear me out. A person who's been criminally trespassed returns and shoplifts a quarter. That becomes a felony under the law that
I
this
saw that.
governor
I saw that bill.
proposed. You know how many hearings we got? 0.
Zero.
And
Now,
so-
your legislators, I need to be careful, are not my problem.
No, the problem is not the.
It is not. And I know that there are a lot of people who think I don't work well with members of the opposite party, but they are not an issue here. Now, I got some other things I'd like to talk to you about, but that is not one of them. And I don't want to make this partisan, that it's, you know, all ours are okay on these issues and all these are not. That's also not true. But here's what's happened in my view, if it just adds perspective, but I need you. I am desperate to get more New Mexicans to say out loud, we deserve better.
I'm vocal.
Okay, I like it. I'm starting to really like you.
I make people famous.
Well, I don't know that I want that. I'm already infamous and I don't need that. But it will take all of us. Look, we live here. We employ people here. We raise our families here. I'm going to guess, does everybody in this room love this community and your state? Well, me too. And so we might have differing opinions and ideas, but I will bet you that we're more aligned on the practical things than most people assume. And what we need to do is bring all of our voices. I can't do it alone. I've gotten some progress. I think everyone would say that on our crime legislation, behavioral health. But I want more, and I left this legislative session saying, I want a special session, and I'm getting the cold shoulders so far, and I'm not deterred. I'm not, and I don't mean that cold shoulder in a petty or negative way. I want to be respectful of the legislators. You know, they're really working on a whole host of issues. There are 3 branches of government, including the judiciary. Everybody's got to get on the same page. I get it. So I don't want to make it sound like it's easier than it is. But here's what I think the problem has been. So I'm going to invite you, I'll take it lunch, dinner, seem like you're, okay, fine, dinner and lunch. Because here, we do this in New Mexico really well. We go all the way to one issue, one side of a coin, and we lean in better than any state in America. And then we stall out for a decade. And then there are lots of issues. And then it's like, oh my God. And then we go all the way over somewhere else. And then we deal with that. And then we don't do anything for a decade. And things get out of whack. And this is one of them. We are just out of whack with the rest of America, the rest of the states, good evidence-based policies. And in fact, it is hurting economic development, it is hurting our families, it is hurting our communities, and it's completely unnecessary. And how many of you raise your children to respect the rule of law and police officers? Well, I do too, and my grandchildren. And so I want New Mexico to lean in there, and I do think you could add real value to this discussion. But I want you to know that we have more friends in terms of policymakers than not. And I'm glad I got to sort of debate it, not debate you, because everything you said I agree with, but debate that we need to right-size these issues in a way that supports everyone, and we can. We're smart enough to do that. And maybe the best thing about coming here tonight was being able to really talk about that and to meet someone who can help me move this agenda forward.
I'd also like to thank Randy and Corey for their support.
They've been great.
Thank you, sir, for your comments and raising those issues. I think you underpin how everything is predicated and dependent upon safety, whether it's community development, whether it's literacy, whether it's prosperity. And so thank you very much for not only being here, but having the courage to raise that. We agree with you. Who's next?
Good evening, Governor and Cabinet members. I'm the sitting mayor of Northern Hobbs, commonly known as Lovington. problems are very similar, and I certainly reflect some of the statements made by Mayor Hobbs. I had a extensive sit-down with Secretary Nahar today, and we talked about problems. The major problem that I see in Lovington is we're a growing community right now, probably the time that we have grown more as far as retail and some other areas in the 62 years that I have lived in Lovington. However, we are an aging community when it comes to infrastructure. So I'm asking for the city of Lovington to be able to entice contractors or developers to come to our area. We've got to have money for infrastructure. We can't do it. Everyone here knows the rising cost of homes in our community. It has escalated where it has gotten, I always love affordable housing, that term, because I yet to have a true definition of affordable housing, but I can tell you right now that it is somewhere above 200 and close to 300. That range depends on the area that you're living in, but still, with the costs of materials and labor, it's still there. When I did a subdivision right at 10 years ago, affordable housing was 135, 165 for us, and that's what we focused on. So we've nearly doubled the price at no one's responsibility that's in this room. It's just a fact. Materials are out the roof, and the lack of skilled labor in our area it is another contributing factor. So when we go to a contractor and we say, would you like to come down here and build 100 homes? We are currently in need of 250 in the next 2 years. We need 500 in the next 4 years. We're not even starting on the first 20 at this rate. The county and all the municipalities in the county got together and said, let's create a housing initiative. And thankfully, we were able to do that. And we're willing, as the community of Lovington and all of the other communities, we're willing to incentivize, but it's not enough, because basically, as a city, we would like to say, come and build. We've got a piece of property, but we can't get the utilities to you, we can't put the roads in front of you, and it's all on you. And so when we talk about affordable housing, by the time we stack all of that on these people, on these contractors, you cannot, then affordable goes right out the window. So I'm asking, like I said, I spoke to Secretary Nahar. One, we hear there's money, and our representative was able to put us in there, and we understand there is, but the problem as mayor of Lovington, we don't know where it is. And so I started the conversation in, we need to be educated or have some sort of a communication. Okay, how do we apply for it? How do we help our community grow by extending infrastructure and things like that? So my first request is, somehow, let's feed us the information, because we don't have the people on staff, and there's no one that's working in City Hall that can take the time and start chasing money across the state. We just need a little bit more communication in how we can help our communities. Now, we've got a lot of other problems, absolutely, and then we've come a long way in a very short time. But for us to meet the growth in this area, because I'm a long-term, a full life resident of Lee County, and I consider myself a Lee County and more than a Lovington, or a Lovingtonite, whatever the official. A Wildcat, there you go. But anyway, I'm here to ask, help us help our community by feeding the information to us. We had a great visit from the secretary. deputy secretary and the staff of the aging and long-term development group today, and I really appreciate that. We had a good, they got to see our senior citizen facility. I think they were duly impressed. Lovington is the home of some very country-leading facilities. Our hospital is ranked #1 critical access in the nation and ranked in the top 100 of hospitals in the nation. And it's easy to take them as an anchor on the north end and say, okay, all we've got to do is just continue that growth throughout Lovington, and we will expand, and sooner or later we will connect to Hobbs. That's our goal. I mean, it's going to happen, maybe not in my life.
Be careful what you ask for.
But anyway, that's our plea is we would just like to be aware of how we can better reach out to the resources that have been taken. As the mayor, I would like to say this, to my knowledge, this is the first time this has ever happened in Hobbs, and having the cabinet come down here. I may be wrong, but if it did, I wasn't aware of it, or I wasn't present at it. But we would like to take the time to say thanks for bringing everybody. I met a lot of the secretaries, deputy secretaries today. I know a lot of their staff, and I appreciate what they do. And as the city mayor, we are non-partisan, I promise you, because...
Me too. I'm elected, it's done. I just work for everyone.
That's right, exactly. There is no us and them. There is only us. And that's what I'm trying to get to. All right, thank you.
You did 3 really wonderful things, and I'll maybe can have Secretary Mayer actually get to say something. One, brilliant idea. I mean, we think, and we're wrong, that all the emails and the brochures and the legislative activity and the reporting about the things that we're doing are enough, and they're not. Most people don't know who we are, what we're doing, and I see that all the time everywhere, and totally accept that as truth and reality, and part of, doing things in person is it's easier to see eye to eye. If you can see eye to eye, you actually come out. So I really appreciate that idea. We could do more housing training, and we could invite the Association of Counties and the Municipal League. We could do it regionally, we could do it statewide, and I could use the mayor's help in making sure that the Municipal League really does that and creates sort of a how-to and where. Second issue, I make everything, that's what I'm good at, sound really easy. Just a phone call, give you $100 million, ready to go. It's not that easy. And the money is not in a lot of it, direct control. A lot of it is at the Mortgage Finance Authority. Now, again, everyone's going to know my biases, which I think I hope are helpful in sort of figuring out, maybe helping me figure out where I'm not getting it done correctly and where I could go, and also understanding why it's not so easy. The Mortgage Finance Authority is a bank. Banks don't lend money. It's a narrow enterprise. The money that the legislature has appropriated, I mean, I asked for it because it's the Mortgage Finance Authority. That's the group. I don't want to create another body of government. It's already too hard. Although I am trying to create an Office of Housing, and now I'll tell you why. It's a bank, and so the traditional models of financing homes aren't working anymore. You said it all, it's far too expensive. It's gotten really complicated. There was a time when no local government let a developer come in unless they put in all the infrastructure. That was a different time. We have to do things together. We have to lay that infrastructure down, and they can't do it because nobody can afford the homes or the apartments that they build. It's that simple. It's different. We can't rest on the way things were. We have to tackle it from where it is. I think we're going to have to figure out ways, so I'm again preaching to the legislature, to think about ways for the Mortgage Finance Authority to be a little less bank-like in this design and a little more grant-like, or this money's not going to get out in time. but that would require a legislative change. Now, the legislature did give us, the state, directly $110 million. We are gonna fund behavioral health and not in competition with the trust fund, but we need crisis response and triage for unhoused populations. We need sheltering, we need transitional living, but we also need housing for everyone, workforce housing. So we're gonna use some of our money to do that. We're gonna build on state land. We believe we should front where we can, infrastructure. So that's a long way of saying I don't have control over all the money, but I know how to put it together. And I hope the secretary reassured you that we want what you want, and I'd like to see your community get an investment for housing sooner than later that deals with everything. But your idea to get us all in a room and do training is really good. So we'll just get it done, but I might need a word to your association director, who is very hard to boss, by the way. So I try to boss him, he doesn't listen to me. But I think it's really powerful. Let's just do that. Let's just agree to do that. When's the next meeting? Is the municipal league meeting anytime with all the mayors?
Well, we're doing, the policy committee now, it's formulated policy.
Well, let's just add this.
The municipal league is always the weekend before Labor Day.
Yeah, well, let's do.
Meeting is the weekend before Labor Day.
All right, I'll reach out and see if I can't get AJ to think about a particular training sooner rather than later. And even if he just participates with us and we invite all the mayors and we can do them regionally so that you're not traveling to us, we're coming to you. You have a day job, we're clear, we want you to do that day job. So I love that idea, it's just count it done. Secretary, you got anything to add? Do we? Oh, we could add that there. Thank you. Okay. All right. Call Joy. Okay. I'll get on that right away.
Thank you, and thank you, Mayor, for all the time you spent with me earlier today, and thank you, Representative Pettigrew, for connecting us. I'm glad we're on the same page because I already committed to doing the training. And I said the exact same thing, Municipal League and Association of Counties, but I also said we need to put, of course, that information online. We need to record trainings, webinars, so that they're available anytime. Sometimes you need to hear them a couple times. And what I also agreed to do was to sort of collect the incentives that sit in different departments. So we met with a builder of energy efficient housing. There is money in EMNERD, Energy Minerals Natural Resources Department, for that kind of development. And you shouldn't have to go shopping among 30 different departments to find those resources. So heard you loud and clear, and we're going to do that. And just completely agree with you as we talked about on the need to be able to put infrastructure in place for housing. And I sort of soft lobbied Representative Pettigrew to say we love what the legislature and the governor led in terms of site readiness for economic development, and maybe we need to think about site readiness for housing and affordable housing and missing middle housing. It's the same exact issue. Thank you.
Great idea, Secretary. Great idea, Mayor. We are on it. Maybe we can invite some of the developers that are putting together workforce housing solutions around the state who are already know where the money comes from and have them be at that training. Not to discount some other businesses. We want local businesses to win, win, win. But their examples, I think, could be really useful in a training. So maybe we can do that. Maybe the same thing. You can build it in Santa Fe. That's going to sound not right, but the hardest place to build in America is Santa Fe, New Mexico. Now, part of it is it's historic. It's just harder, but it is hard, and we're beginning to see real improvements in their ability to get stuff built. So it's a good example for those developers. If they can do it there, they can do 10 times as much in a community that moves things a bit faster.
Excellent. Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, Sheriff, for the input. I think we had another hand raised over here, Vince.
Governor Grisham, I truly want to thank you for being here. Your presence means a lot. And I'm Cindy. I wanted to tell you a story of something that happened to our home last week. I have a niece and she brought a friend from Texarkana, Texas. And last Wednesday, when she, her friend, and my dad were having breakfast, there was an intruder at my dad's window in the backyard. The intruder was definitely not welcomed. He told her, she said, "Get out. I'm going to call the police." The intruder told her he was going to kill her, you know, because she did say she was going to get the police involved. And there was, you know, witnesses to him saying, "I'm going to kill you." And the police came right away. Of course, he fled and he was caught on the property. They were there, like I say, immediately. But anyway, they did come in and visit with my niece and family. And they told the police what happened. And that she was threatened to be killed. And the police told her he had the right to freedom of speech. And she told my father and I, and her friend as well, they were planning on staying longer, that they couldn't stay, they didn't feel safe. And anyway, the police had a long talk with my dad. Dad's almost 94, lives alone, very good health. But my niece just says, "Cindy, we can't stay." He comes back, and the police tells us he has the freedom of speech. And what's going to happen to us? And I want to tell you, I know firsthand, this guy's a habitual criminal. And Joe, he has interrogated Joe. I know this firsthand. Joe and my husband and I, we've had a talk. It's the very same person, Joe, that was in our backyard. I guess my question is, what can we do here in our community, Governor Grisham, to feel safe other than to hear the words, "He has the freedom of speech"?
Well, I don't understand that response, so I might need a little help from the police, because trespass, and it's a threat. So it is true that when there's sort of hearsay, nothing happens, that, and police need to follow the laws and have some discretion about what's occurring. Seems to me here you have no mistake. I don't understand how that person was not arrested. So that's a problem. And it's important for local leaders to hear that, because, for example, and this is, I'm not allowed to tell police who to arrest, when to arrest, and under what circumstances. I'm not allowed to call a judge. If you call me about a rule or a hearing or a family issue at Children, Youth, and Families Department, I can't call them, because I'm not allowed to interfere in those independent judgments. So, you know, calling the mayor and saying, "Send the police over." But here, that is absolutely actionable. That situation, that's occurred to me as a private citizen, and that person got arrested and went to jail. It happens now all the time. It happens, I don't know why I'm doing this. What happened to you is just unconscionable. But if somebody threatens me, even in a phone call, they get arrested. Can't threaten people. It's against the law. Straight up. So I don't know. It seems to me that maybe we need to do some presence here and some communication with folks about, and it might be, and I'm just making some assumptions. I think the gentleman who said there's an amount of frustration with businesses and individuals in the state and police officers who feel like it doesn't matter what they do. I think that is occurring. I think part of it, I understand the legitimacy of those emotions, but you still have to, we have to all do our jobs. And it just seems like a missed effort and requirement. So first we gotta get to the bottom of that. That shouldn't have happened. I don't understand it. And then two, I want every person in this room, free speech is constitutional right. That's not free speech. That's a threat. Every one of us, Cindy, including you, have a constitutional right to feel safe in your home and community. You have that constitutional right too. You do. Your whole family does. Everyone in this state does. And we're not meeting that constitutional responsibility as a state. And I believe, and so it's not a direct answer, it's an indirect answer. The quickest way there is we need real enforcement of the laws on the books, including that one, and we need a real sense that bad actors, and particularly repeat offenders, will be held and prosecuted. I want to say one more thing. If this person has a behavioral health issue and a drug issue, they still need treatment and accountability. Being a drug addict is not licensed to commit crimes. It tells us we need to help you. You can't stand trial until you're helped. But once you're helped, you have to be held accountable for those bad acts. Otherwise, we have two standards in our communities. One for law-abiding citizens and one for everybody else. Well, that cannot be the case. So I need you to have hope that there's more people than not that are clear that what's occurring in our state is not right and can be addressed. And I would ask you and encourage you to share your story with folks that have the power to do stuff. And I'm going to ask Secretary Bowie from the State Police and the Department of Public Safety to talk about maybe how we could support law enforcement here, because that does not, at least in the scenario you've presented, I certainly believe your story 1,000%, that should not have happened that way. I don't understand.
Thank you, Madam Governor. First, let me just say that I feel the same as the Governor does. It doesn't sound right. It sounds very concerning. I think anytime that law enforcement underserves someone and someone walks away feeling that they're not safe in their own home, that didn't take affirmative action that could have, that's absolutely concerning. And so what I would ask is if you could provide at least in private your contact information. I'd like to be able to follow up with you. We have a great relationship with the Sheriff's Department. I can see the Sheriff shaking his head. He's in agreement as well. I would concur even with the municipal fee. And I think that's in part what we can offer is just to collaborate with them. Let's figure out what happened, what went wrong, do some follow-up. Again, I introduced the district commanders here a little while ago from the state police. We're here to help any agency as well, so I'm not sure which agency responded, you don't have to say. But I would like to get to the bottom of what the issues were, kind of get some more details, and see what kind of follow-up we can do, and see if we can at least make it right. I don't know if it's too late to work backwards on filing charges on the individuals on your property, but at the very least, I would like to set some things into motion when you feel safe in your home, whether that be working this case specifically, or giving some advice for future contact, some increased patrols in your area, whatever it might be. I would like to hear some. So if you would share your information, we'll make sure that all of it.
Mr. Mayor?
I don't condone the response you got to the JPD, what law enforcement agency it was, but one of the frustrations we're dealing with in municipalities and with our law enforcement agencies across the state, is the catch and release problem we've got in the state. Our officers go out, and I know a lot of times they make a conscious decision at the place to maybe not arrest someone because they know 6 hours they're going back to the street. I'm not saying that's appropriate, but I'm saying you've got to fix the systems to support law enforcement so when they make that arrest, they know it's going to stick. And until we do that, we're going to continue to have these times.
I agree, and that's why I want to really highlight these things. One, pretrial detention is the standard the feds use. I want it. I can't move that bill to save my life. I have introduced it every session since I think 20 or 21, every time, and in every special, I bring pretrial detention. Again, I believe all the legislators in this area would support that bill, would try to be on that bill, that's not the problem. It happened well before I was governor. That's not a defensive statement. It's been around a long time, so people are really hard to convince it didn't work the way they thought it was. And it's constitutional changes. So New Mexicans voted for a change. This was not the change I voted for. I voted for that. I wasn't a governor then, but I voted for it. So did the majority of New Mexicans, because we were holding poor people pending trial and releasing wealthier individuals. It was backwards. This is not what people were intending. We're not as safe, and repeat habitual offenders continue to get out. We changed the law once. I got one thing through called no bond hold. This might make you all even madder. If you're released and you commit a crime during that release, now you're already a repeat offender. You're likely already a felon. All right, so you're high risk. You're there because you committed a crime again. They're still gonna release you to your, own recognizance, tell the trial, if you re-offend before the trial. Then they can hold you. That's as close as I could get. And I will introduce it every time, but as a state, we even tried to get folks to sign a petition, and I got like 500 signatures statewide, 300. I mean, I have tried everything I know to do. So your ideas about what to do about that are valid. And Mr. Mayor, I could use you in the session. I mean, it's really been challenging. And again, the intentions of the legislators, and I think the people in New Mexicans who voted, were pure. It's good intention. We don't want to discriminate against people without themselves being innocent. Our bonding system was, I think an easy word might be a bit sketchy. It just wasn't right. It wasn't right. And the legislators did something about it, and we as voters voted for it. Now it's time to address the things that don't work. And maybe some of these legislators don't need to be so defensive about the fact that good work needs to be adjusted when it isn't working the way that you intend. And so I have been as aggressive as you can be on this very issue with very little success except for the no bond hold change. But I want a thing called pretrial detention, and basically it's this. You commit a crime, particularly you've repeated that crime, which most of these folks have, multiple times. You have to rebut the presumption successfully in a court of law that you should be released. It reverses it. Now you have to find a way to get someone to hold you. All right, so you just reverse the burden. That's what the feds do. It works. People are not discriminated against. That's what most states do. New Mexico doesn't do that. And I think it's the most important thing we could do to resolve some of these habitual criminal issues. And again, I have to say, because it's true, the legislators here are not stalling that piece of legislation. And the majority in the House and the Senate, I think, feel like it's a knee-jerk reaction. I'm trying to be, balanced and not point fingers, because I don't want this to be about that. But worried that if you swing the other way, we'll hold innocent people in jail, that will incarcerate folks who shouldn't be incarcerated, should be in a behavioral health facility. And I think these are valid issues that can all be dealt with. The feds deal with it in their system. We can do it. They need pretrial detention. And I'll tell you, the hardest part for me is Senate judiciary, which if you read any newspaper articles, that's where the biggest problem is. House judiciary is not the easiest place to move those bills either. And so I need everyone in this community, and any ideas about what I could do differently to get that bill across the finish line. I'm going to introduce it again. It will be on the call, #1 bill, on my call in the 30-day, and it'll be on a special session if we go that route. It will. And I agree with you. That is a problem.
Ma'am, thank you very much for sharing your experience. Mayor,
It took
thank you for
courage.
weighing in. I want to raise something because there's some contemporary data that's really relevant to what we're talking about. So the governor's right. We ran that bill. So the first bill was to increase the punishment for previously convicted felons who continue to pick up weapons in our community and use violence. No hearings. Rebuttable presumption, pretrial detention, introduced again. No hearings. And again, the legislative body represented in this room is not the problem. One of the things we tried to tailor down is only the folks that would be subject to this type of scrutiny would be those who have presumed to have committed violent offenses, trying to segregate out that community to make clear that people are aware that there's a difference between violent and nonviolent crime. Still can't get a hearing. So any ideas that folks have that would unstick the needle in the minds of some of the folks that represent a big group of New Mexicans to help us move those things is really welcome. And anybody's free to reach out to me. In an operation run in Albuquerque over the last 3 months, 505 felons were arrested in Bernalillo County. 232 of them were already on previous conditions of release. The new law that was passed by this legislature a year ago makes it so that they cannot be released. Before, if we had rewound 2 years, they would have been released again, pending another count.
All of them
So
would have been
we have made a modicum of progress. It's in the correct direction, but it is not enough. And so, Mayor, we hear you, community, we hear you, and I agree. I can't quite make sense of the scenario that you encountered, and I'm anxious to be
I
able
might
to.
just tell this community, as you know, local elections are coming. I mean, this is an issue that people need to commit about where they are. I get, and again, people have the right to disagree with us. You do too. I still get lots of New Mexicans who don't want us to make any changes and who also say there is no crime in New Mexico. So I want to just put that out there because I don't want folks to leave this room thinking that there are some policymakers, who just are deciding not to hear these bills. They have constituents who are saying it's all fine. And so it's really been a frustrating exercise because the data speaks for itself. You can't unsee it in any community. You can't unsee it. And I don't understand the notion that we don't need to do anything about public safety. And so you always have to do something about public safety. Otherwise, we start to fall behind. But I just want to point that out. It's not folks who are, sitting in an office and they're just playing games with these issues. There are a lot of people in New Mexico. I think I got a protest over this weekend that they want no more crime bills. And they have every right to do that. Every right. And those legislators represent that body of folks. So it's not as easy as maybe I'm making it out for a pretty unified community. And maybe what unifies you is common sense here. People need to be held accountable for bad acts. But I just want to say that it's not legislators misbehaving or not willing to look at stuff, although I'm really frustrated. But they're hearing from other New Mexicans who just don't see the same problems in the same way that we do. And I want to be balanced about how I represent, particularly legislators who aren't here. So thanks for letting me do that. I want to make sure it doesn't feel like, I'm just pointing fingers at people. That's not my intent here tonight at all. But to give factual responses about where we are or aren't. So I hope that was helpful.
Thanks, Gov. Before we go to our next question, just some good news, community and governor, 450 food boxes distributed in this community next door. Well done.
Governor, Cabinet, thank you all for being here. I have the honor of serving this great community as a superintendent of Hobbs schools. Gene Strickland, and for 20 years, my family has been in this community. It's the pride and joy of my life, with my 3 kids. And I look forward to the day when we in New Mexico have an accountability model for our public schools that is reflective of the whole picture of our children. We are telling a story of failure when our students are not failing. We are telling the story of ill-prepared when we're sending students to service academies, to serve in this country. Sending students to Ivy League schools. Students that are here from the 6th through the 12th grade, 97.1% of those students graduate high school. But if a student leaves me and goes to another community, I'm held accountable for that student in another community, regardless of how long ago they left. We're doing ourselves a disservice when we have an accountability model that does not have a true picture of our students' preparation, a true picture of communicating how well our students are prepared for their future. I like to say that a high school diploma should not be the measure. It should be a byproduct of an experience that is tied to a career. Career-relevant instruction returns of value to their communities, $9 to 1. For every dollar that the state of New Mexico spends on career-relevant instruction, we grow by $9. This community, Hobbs, has invested in that. That journey started back in 2017. To date, just with the conclusion of school 2 years ago, we will have awarded almost 13,000 industry credentials in 3 years. Those are credentials that those students are taking to work, and they're making high-wage, high-skill jobs. They're not students, that they're employees. So I look forward to the day. I'll continue to work with Secretary Padilla. I do believe she's a champion for the students in New Mexico. I am appreciative of the legislature for all the efforts and the investments that we have made in New Mexico. We're not there yet. And our legislators here have heard me say this. There's more work to do. Yes, is education expensive? It is. But I've listened for almost 2 hours talk about what the other expenses are.
Yeah.
And those expenses are when we have an education model that does not provide career-relevant experiences, students become drug addicts. They develop behavioral health issues. They're not productive members of our society, and they become burdens upon us through social services. I look forward to an accountability model that tells a story of success and growth so that we can continue to grow New Mexico and the future of New Mexico. And I, as a superintendent, stand ready and willing to participate in that in any way possible.
Well, I need a couple of things from you. First, stand up while I say thank you for recognizing Secretary She's not here. She had a family emergency just as she got here, and families come first. Two, I agree. I tried to get her to be the Secretary of Education in 2019, and I could not do it. And so I finally, I said, I believe I put her in a headlock, and she finally said yes. So thank you for that. Two, I need you to educate me. Without Secretary Padilla here, and I'm sure I've got a cabinet member who knows, they just raised their hand. Is this a federal rule or a state rule? So it's a state, so I have power to fix that.
In terms of the accountability model?
Yeah, not the whole accountability model, but just the one I want to talk about all of it, thank you. But the one example where a student leaves and doesn't graduate, but that counts for you, is that my rule? Okay, is it rule or statute? You know about it.
100% our rule.
Okay, all right, see, that helps me.
I can share with you, we compete with students from my office. There's another state, 6 miles away. We compete with students in an accountability model that is drastically different.
I'm really interested in getting an educational briefing about that, And my Secretary of Higher Education is saying, it's a tough ask to make me sit down and teach you something, but I'll do it. So fine, that's right there. It is impossible.
And I would share with you that we've done things in this community that truly is the get-her-done attitude. Partnership with President Mitchell, the New Mexico Junior College, the city of Hobbs. We're doing things in this community that my 3 children benefited from. That had I not been in this community, they would not have had the opportunity.
Well, your leadership is widely known and appreciated. That's not why you're standing up here. You're standing up here because you're fighting for students.
Yes, ma'am.
And making sure that they're not, we penalize the whole student body when there's what appears to be not a fair rating system. I need the same from you in this regard. I mean, you're doing great stuff with adult education. I know that's not you, but you're participating in an overall educational effort, lifting up students and families of all ages. And as you know, New Mexico ranks, I think, still second best in college enrollment. That's this secretary right here. That's opportunity scholarships. We went from 50th in childhood poverty to 17th in 2 years. 17, unheard of. No state's done that because it's daycare, pre-K, K through 12, and free college and free meals. Really making sure kids should not suffer the consequences of whatever decision-making other people made. And this legislature, this community stand up for these kids and these families all day long, and it shows. 50th to 17th. No state has ever accomplished that. We have a constitutional right to child care. It's unbelievably good. It is. And it's the way that we're poor educational outcomes anywhere and poverty. Those are the 2 strategies that really icing on a really delicious cake in the state. We're doing a lot of great stuff, have some real challenges. I need more superintendents like you stand up for students to help me with a real accountability model. And I'm surprised I have any rule because I don't really have power over schools. School boards do. I believe in that, but we're going to do a little more school board training because I've got school boards making some really odd decisions that are now conflicting with educators and superintendents. So maybe that's music to your ears. And I need a bigger embrace in literacy and structured literacy. It works. And I know that Secretary Padilla visited the summer literacy program, so this is for me to say thank you, because we don't stand those up as effectively without you. In some communities I have to. Superintendents don't embrace, community doesn't embrace, and families, I will brag about a bit, are thrilled. And we also, no wrong doors, no student is ever rejected in our literacy programs. We've had parents cry because they are rejected from all kinds of mentoring, tutoring, after summer programs because of their disabilities or behavior issues. We say yes to everyone. And you know why I can do that in Hobbs America? Because your educators answered the call and they're willing to do the work. And that program is outstanding, but I need letters and structured literacy in every classroom, and it's not in every classroom quite yet, and I need your leadership. I need someone who can help us move the needle in this community and out. So you have made hello at looking at the issues that you think are holding us back. I'm on it.
I will share with you in Hobbs public schools, Hobbs Municipal Schools, structured literacy is in every single elementary classroom.
I'm really starting to like you almost as much as the guy I met from the businesses. You're not quite there, but you're getting close.
We have our own state certified letters trainers that train our staff, and they have a new cohort every year.
I might just get up here and try to kiss you right on the cheek, and it's gonna, I can't, America. Yeah, but this is the issue. I mean, I think I need New Mexicans, because I didn't know it. I raised my kids. I expected them to do well in school. I did. I was lucky. I was blessed with all the right stuff. All right, and it was hard. We did reading and homework every night, and I did lots of policy work. I never heard this issue. It wasn't until I was a governor, and frankly, way too late in the process, that America has one of the lowest, no, the lowest literacy rate of any industrialized nation in the world. All right? Most Americans cannot read. Most, not some, most. They're not competent at reading, which means they can't read your job applications. They can't do the work. The way in which you teach reading was demonstrated in America. So every other industrialized nation uses this thing called structured literacy. We abandoned it in America. So most places don't teach it, don't use it. We never trained a teacher here to teach reading. No human is born with the ability to just read. They're born with language skills. Brain's already wired to do that. But you must learn. So like I can't teach someone to read. I'm not certified to do it. You have to be trained to do it. And New Mexico, so it's a big apology to all of our educators that were educated here. We never taught them how to do it. We put them in a classroom and said, you have to achieve these amazing things, and they didn't have the tools. Better, we told colleges to stop doing that, and they didn't. Now they're gonna get into a lot of trouble if they don't do it. I have a little tool. But it makes no sense to me. But I think for people here to know, that's what happened. And it really impacted New Mexico's educational outcomes. In Hobbs, you're getting it right. You're doing the work. It shows. Your career technical work, it also shows. Having kids ready, certified to do any number of things as 17 and 18-year-olds is powerful. Not everybody needs a college degree. They need to be equipped with educational tools and certificates that allow them to meet their own goals in their own way. You're doing that here. We're proud of you. I need your attitude in a whole lot more school districts. So I'll work on the accountability if you'll help me train some other school districts.
Absolutely.
Done.
We're in.
All right.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Sir.
Good evening, Governor, Cabinet. My name is Kendall Keith, and I am with Las Cruces Recovery Center. I love how you have been talking about behavioral health. You mentioned triage and also transitional living. I myself am from out of state. I just moved here recently, so I'm still learning the funding landscape of New Mexico. However, one of the needs that we notice is the lack of supportive living, sober living, transitional living. And we serve the Medicaid population, but this is an already at-risk community. We're able to provide the residential component, also the detox portion, so we get them triage, we provide the treatment, but we are unable at this time to provide that transitional living. And there's a lot of the resources are already, at capacity, or they're ineligible for whatever reason. And I hear about funding streams and funding revenues for that specific purpose. My question right now is, how would an organization like ours tap into that, or at least just point it in the right direction? Because what I envision is by Q3, having traction on a sober living facility that we're able to move people from detox, treatment, and onto that environment. So that way they can be successful. They can help build the economy, strengthen the communities, so we can continue to grow New Mexico. But if you could just point me in the right direction, whether it be a specific state office.
These two.
Oh my gosh, that would be so amazing. Because yes, just a state office, a contact information, just so that way, we can be, see how we can go about to tap into that.
And you're in this community or in Las Cruces? Either way, it doesn't matter.
Okay, yes, right now in Las Cruces,
okay.
But I am currently here in Demi because there is that need for residential treatment. There's a need for our services. So I'm here, I spent some time here the past couple of days just bridging that, talking with other organizations to network and see how we can make our resources available for this community. And one day maybe we could come in and help establish that facility here.
There's a lot more coming in Las Cruces, but here's what I'd like to do. I know they want to say something, and I'll be quiet, which I think might be a relief to the community. I get excited, and it's important, and I learn by having a discussion. So thanks for tolerating me. I really appreciate it. So I'm going to give the floor to them. Being here is the key. We will connect you. We do want this money. We followed, like most states, you use federal money from HUD, Housing and Urban Development. It's very restrictive. It's very slow. It requires that you go through all these layers of councils and now, earnestly, if it's not sober living, which I'm a big fan of, I know that we have to have a variety of models. I'm not going to try to dictate to each community how to put this all together. Evidence is really showing that sober living without some guardrails, these things really don't work. So I applaud you there. But a lot of the vouchers, you know, private renters won't take them anymore because people aren't ready and aren't sober and risk occurs. So we'd love to connect with you, and I'm going to go to Carrie, Secretary Armijo first, and then Secretary Meyer.
Well, thank you, and thank you for the work you're doing. I have my card, we will connect, I will make sure I get your contact information, we'll follow up with you. Our agency, the Healthcare Authority, does have funding for transitional living supports as well as sober living and supportive housing through both the Medicaid program, which we recently expanded or doubled our supportive housing through Medicaid, our number of available slots. There are some supply issues in the housing market, as you know, and that sort of is like on the other side, which Secretary Nair may want to talk about. But we'll follow up with you and make sure we connect you to the right people to look at how we can support your.
Thank you, and good to meet you, and we'll talk, I'll definitely give you my card. Just want to highlight a couple of things. First, the $110 million investment that the governor mentioned earlier in the legislature and the governor made this year in housing does have a scope broad enough to cover support for supportive housing, permanent supportive housing, transitional housing, sober living. So that is within the purview of that work. The one little asterisk in it, and I shared it with everyone here today, is all of that money has to be spent by June 30th, 2026. So that is for projects that are ready to go. But I think there are a lot of projects ready to go. The second thing I want to highlight is actually a great innovative program going on in Las Cruces, which is the Landlord Mitigation Fund, which basically, as the governor explained, right, people don't like to take these supportive housing vouchers because they have experienced that sometimes those tenants will cause damage and maybe not treat the apartment the way that we wish. And in those cases, the Landlord Mitigation Fund can step up and make the landlord whole. They can pay for repairs, they can pay for cleaning out pest infestation, all the things that come with taking a gamble on certain types of renters. So that's a really innovative program that we would love to see expanded statewide. And Mortgage Finance Authority also has a similar program of that nature. But those are the kind of things that sort of get to some of the root causes of that shortage of supply to take the vouchers that Secretary Armijo was talking about, and we're definitely interested in investing in all of that.
Hello, Governor, thank you for being here. And the site that you actually spoke about was my site that she was there today. I am from Rojas Tutoring. Yeah, from Rojas Tutoring Services, and I want to thank Mrs. Strickland as well for providing us with the support as teachers to be able to have the training to teach outside of the school to the kids that are actually not as comfortable being in a classroom setting. So what I do, our mission, our teachers that are there serving as well, is to provide a safe environment for kids that are in foster care, because I'm also a vendor for CYFB, or I partnered with them so that I could be able to provide that support in a safe place. So my question is BED exploring ways to support businesses like mine after school? And how can we go about it? Or if there is anything, or direct me to the person. I know Ms. Padilla was there and we spoke about it. We have so many things in common when it comes to students' growth. And not only meeting them from K through 6, I'm a 5th grade teacher on top of that. So it's like, what are we doing for those kids that I send as a 5th grade teacher to 6th grade and beyond? That's where I actually want to concentrate on, because the younger kids have an opportunity with Head Start or with other, the Literacy Coalition. They have been a great support in this community, but what can we do for those that have already passed the elementary school level?
Well, I've got a couple of ideas, and one thing just to mention after I do this. Thank you for being an educator, for supporting foster kiddos and their families, and for recognizing that all of these efforts have incredible positive impacts. And I'm getting worried that we don't have enough sort of both before and after school and summer programs. And for the greater audience here, even with more structured literacy and the kind of work that we're seeing occur in our schools, you know, the losses that we have over the summer for kids is pretty dramatic. And educators start all over in the fall, and the high-risk group in New Mexico is mid-school. Now, this is where we're seeing any number of challenges, and if we could really, to your point, we've done a really good job, I agree with you, on recognizing that our kids weren't ready for kindergarten, they weren't succeeding in elementary school, and then we had a bigger problem with mid-school. We have two issues now. One, our current mid-schoolers are still, many of them didn't get any of those interventions. I mean, COVID stopped a lot of that work. Ugh, I hate COVID. And bet everybody here does too. I have sort of COVID PTSD. And they didn't get advantages, the same level of support. So we still have a lot of work to do in mid-school. And then in addition, there's not enough relevant summer programming. Sports are critical. This is a community that really does a lot of effective sports, but that can't be the only thing. It's a very powerful tool, but it can't be the only thing. It's a long way to say, we're now funding programs, and I'm not, I keep looking, I love these town halls because I can beg for help with the legislature. They're pretty good to me, all of them. Our youth challenge programs that the Guard runs are fantastic. And they create any number of opportunities. And we're running 3 now, or 2 in Albuquerque. 3. And nearly all, if not all of the kids that join during the summer are ready and go back to school that fall. And that was not the case before interventions. We've been running one at Animi and connected to that community for a long time. And I just met 48 cadets, and they're, no, it's 48th time, 74 cadets. It's powerful. I'd like the state to embrace a statewide middle school summer initiative. It could transform where these kiddos and families are and what happens in high school. I think it could be some of the most powerful sets of investments. If you look at where we get into trouble, it's that mid-school work. So I'd like to explore your ideas. I think there's some money floating around between all of us that we could get to Hobbs right now. It may not be sustainable for next summer, so we should talk about that. But I am 1,000% there. And so we've been piloting these programs. They're not the only ones we're excited about, right? We want to get your expertise and make it so that it works for Hobbs. It doesn't have to be the Roswell experience or the Albuquerque experience. It should be the Hobbs experience. But I am learning that if we use the same effort of our interventions that we did for the young ones, our littles, this could be literally the be-all to end-all for New Mexico's public education system, is a focus now on mid-schoolers. I agree with you.
All right, well, thank you so much.
Let's get it figured out. Let's support you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Julie, and I want to thank you all for coming to our community, but I really want to thank my community members more. I want to thank my community members for actually standing up, speaking up, and explaining what we really feel is going on in our community. So I also have sat here, Mr. Strickland, and listened for 2+ hours, and just a little background on me. My name is Julie. I was 15 years in public education, 12 years in higher education, 4 years as a volunteer with our law. That's volunteer, that's not me. So as I listen to the things that are being said about our education, our law enforcement, I've worked with these folks, and they work hard for our community, everyone. And I've been a Lee County in for about 45 years. I lived in Lovington. I've been a Hobbs for probably 35. So some of the things that I was hearing is that as far as Lovington, we're having a struggle for affordable housing. As far as Hobbs, we have, Mayor Hobbs, you could probably give me a real round number, 50, 54, 55 cannabis businesses in our community. 33 in Hobbs. Does that include all of Lee County? Because I think there's 4 in Lee and Chow. Cannabis. Those are the small businesses that we're encouraging in our community, from what I've seen. The oil field, so oil and gas is supplying what, approximately 49% of our state's tax revenue?
43.
43?
A lot.
That's Lee County.
No, the statewide now, it's less than half the budget, 43, 45%, but oil and gas and energy is a sizable, productive impact on our economy. Your point is valid and well taken by this group up here.
So I would like to expand on that point. If Lovington is struggling with affordable housing, then we go way to the south and we look at Jowl. Jowl has a 4-way intersection in Jowl, and I believe you've been there. The community of Jowl struggles to have water on a regular basis because their water lines are so poor. They struggle with water pressure in that community. I have family that live there. The 4-way stop in that area is just a disaster. The roads are deteriorating. Our area is supplying 43% of our state's tax revenue, and we struggle here to be heard, number one. We struggle to get supported, number two. And then to hear the words of, Governor, you said that you were really struggling to have more crime bills passed. I don't think that you're struggling to have more crime bills passed. You're struggling to have effective crime bills passed. We don't want more bills. We need it to actually work. I've been out on these calls. When you're arresting somebody for the 30th time, it's in the paper. I mean, what are we supposed to do? 30 times? Same person. We can do a lot better.
We can. I'd like your advice. Can I call you by your first name?
Julie?
Yeah, thanks, Julie. That's kind of you. First, thanks for volunteering for law enforcement. Secondly, thanks for being an educator. I mean, those are the 2 areas where we have saints in the state doing incredible work, and I appreciate that. The 2 bills in particular that deal just with your issue, which is competency, commitment, actually the 3 top ones. Competency, which we finally got passed this session. Commitment, which allows us to put folks who are repeat offenders in the right treatment settings. And the third one is pretrial detention, which means you have to stay if you're committing crimes. They are easy bills, they're not complicated, they've been passed in most other states, just not passing here. They've been introduced and discussed in every interim committee. I think your legislators here would tell you it's in every one of my State of the State addresses, it's in every one of my press releases, it's in every one of my speeches, it's everywhere. I'm interested in why it's so hard to get enough New Mexicans sort of on the same page here. Part of that is part of the reason, not the only reason. But it's one of the reasons we have really worked hard to get out to as many communities as possible. Because I think there's a growing sense that we are interested in those bills. So I want them. And I get, a couple more shots. And we've had some progress. I mean, we got a large crime package out that is greatly needed. We have not passed many public safety bills, but we've also put $1.5 billion in public safety, more than that. We've put in about $150 million in raises and retention. We've put in a bunch of money and support, and it's working in our law enforcement academy. It's been retooled, and we have the largest cadet class ever. We get it. We're losing more police officers. They're retiring than we can recruit. We're recruiting out of state. We're trying not to cannibalize each other. Any idea that raises that effort, I have not had very much trouble in the legislature getting money for public safety, dispatch, vehicles, new crime centers and labs, new public safety buildings, administrative supports. That has been really easy, and I thank them. But the issues about repeat offenders, which are really problematic, have been very hard to move. And that's one of the reasons I explained it for probably too long. And you didn't say anything, Julie, but I appreciate your patience being here 2 hours. I'm struggling to find a solution for the current, I can't do it without the legislature. There is no rule or opportunity, even though I did that rule to the schools, there's no rule that I can do to change the current statutory rules. There is something we can do where I think too many judges and too many DAs have sort of given up on applying the laws that do exist, and that's something that this local community can and would have everyone's support. Make sure they know that you want them to be accountable too in this design, because I get better outcomes in some communities and poorer in others. It doesn't seem to be very standardized, but we do need to change the law. Julie, there's no question. And in terms of money that comes to this community, it's almost, with the roads and the healthcare, it's about $700 million. I would say it's higher than it is in most communities. It's not really a quid pro quo. I know that feels bad. I can't imagine that you make the lion's share of the revenues. You do. And they don't feel like they come back here. They do come back here. There's more money. I've spent more money, and I'm proud of it, in this community than the last 5 governors combined.
So does that just mean that prior to you, we were getting even less?
You were, in fact.
To say that you did more than the previous 5, that
you
means
bet.
you were really.
Now, it's true, and I'm really proud of that. There's been a lot of capital, a lot of excise money that got directed here, a lot of road money, a lot of housing money, a lot of education money, raises to educators, more money in the colleges, more money for small businesses. Here are some issues that we haven't done as well in this community or others. We don't have a real system anymore for roads. Roads are about, Ricky, $1 million a mile, more? 3. They are now $3 million a mile. Now, we had a bonding package. That means we would go into debt to build roads now, because they're cheaper now than they're going to be in a decade. It is the system that we use. We've never abused it, the state, either party, any governor. There's been, maybe some people are still mad about the rail runner, but I'm not proposing a rail runner. I was not the governor who did that, Mayor. But we couldn't get it passed. And we're getting fewer and fewer appropriations for roads. It's a huge public safety problem, huge. I'm a proponent of spending a lot more here and a lot more on roads. And I'm going to introduce that bonding package again, because we have to have it. I-40 is a mess, the whole thing. Ask anyone living in Tucumcari about how scary. We just had a pile up, and fortunately we had some deaths. It's bad. I know that 4-way stop, you are right, I have been there. It is also bad. We have a lot of industry trucks. That's not a complaint. It just means we have to do it bigger and better and make sure that we're addressing those issues. So that's one. That would give us a lot more of those resources available. I need legislators to band together and put their money into these roads and infrastructure back into these communities. And this might get me into a little trouble, but if I can be so bold, we do in fact have, so Secretary Probst, billions with a B that have been appropriated, that I've signed, that I've supported. They're largely, not all of it, but a lot of it is still in state government. It's not out there. It's not coming to you. It's been earmarked, and not all of that money for Lee County, but a lot of it. But cities and counties aren't ready to spend it. And there's a lot of stuff that goes into it. It's just sort of sitting there. And I'm beginning to worry that if you wait too long, legislators have no choice but to sweep it and to use it for other things. So we're trying to figure out a little more of the incentive style here. What is it that we need from counties and cities? And actually, I really don't think it's an issue here, but just generally speaking.
I'm gonna say, Governor, you never reverted money.
Yeah, but you know what I'm talking about. He knows what I'm about statewide. That there's money there that we might have to look at in a way that says, look, for communities that have a real need, you do. Communities that spend their money and have a good plan, you do. That we may have to reallocate some of that money, and it'll make a lot of people cranky, not here. Because other, constituents, they don't know why their local governments can't move that money. I just went into, a community, Las Vegas, New Mexico, and basically said, your mayors and your county commissioners are not doing right by this community. If they don't do right by this community, I'm gonna have to bring a legal action because they don't have safe drinking water after 3 years. And I got $200 million appropriated, $200 million for that community. They didn't spend any of it. Well, $1. But I mean, it's terrible. So that's something we could all think about. Your legislators could think about that. Or maybe that a higher percentage of capital every year goes to the places that don't revert, get it done. I mean, I'm interested in any of those ideas, but I don't want folks here to feel like we're not appropriating or investing in these communities. We really are, and I'm clear it's not enough. And I'd like to do more. Water is one of our top priorities. We ask for a lot of money. Just to put it in perspective, and then I'll be quiet, because I think it's valuable, I hope it is. I get probably, I might need the legislators to help me or my own cabinet. What did we agree on this year? I got about 150, 160 million in my capital. Does that sound right to you all? We do kind of a third, and a third. Does that sound right? Is that right? Okay. Okay. Curry County needs 150 million to finish their water project. The reason I use that as an example, I get about $15 billion in requests. I get 150 million. It's not enough to go around. These projects are now really expensive. I think we're gonna have to be smarter about how we come together. It should be roads and water ought to be our top two priorities, and we should be spending the bulk of our money there. Huh? I agree with you. Yep. It's not the sort of way that we do our capital in New Mexico. We don't. Now, I think it's a bit backwards. I've asked for us to look at it differently. I don't have a lot of support in the whole legislative body for that because it takes away some legislative power when we kind of narrow what we do. But cities and counties are saying, look, we need that focus. I agree with you. I'd be willing to lean in really hard again for that infrastructure, and New Mexico is the proud recipient of a lot of federal funds. We had to compete for them. I don't know that we're gonna get them, but I'm worried about water. So I'm gonna immediately take a look at Jal's water situation, because we have emergency money that sometimes we can tap into. We probably should. And so I'm looking, is Rebecca here? So, all right, I'll look into that ASAP. Environment is here. And get right back to you on JAL and whether I've got emergency money. Water is critical. And we did get a bunch of money and a bunch of support to start looking at cleaning brackish water so that we're not using fresh water. That should be for our drinking water and our ag. And then brackish water ought to be for industries, and that should help with water pressure in these local communities. And so I want to thank the legislature for giving us the authority to start doing that too. So water, roads, did you give me a third, Julie, about infrastructure that you think is missing here?
Not necessarily infrastructure, executive crime bills.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're ineffective. I think they're effective. I just can't get them over the finish line. But I love your opinion, given that you're working in law enforcement. Could we give you a list of the bills and see what you think about them? Because I'd be interested in your opinion. I mean,
You probably don't like them.
you know what, Julie? I've got a lot of tough opinions in my life. You might be surprised. And if there's something that you think is really not worth our time, given your experience, I'm telling you, we want to know. We really do.
Governor, I really appreciate that encouragement. I don't need that encouragement. I honestly am the type of person that wants to see the actions.
Okay.
I don't do the words, the action would be great.
All right.
So the things that you're gonna lean into, I'll be watching for those.
All right, thank you, Julie.
You're welcome.
Appreciate your time here tonight.
Yes, sir.
All right, my name is Devon Clyde. I want to say thank you, Governor, for being with us, and your cabinet, and every deputy secretary, and then also all of you that joined us as well. I work at the America's Job Center. I just now got a new role as a business consultant, but before then, I worked as a family assistance analyst at the Income Support Division. I'm also the service coordinator for Yes Housing Incorporated for a couple of low-income apartment complexes here. And I also have a nonprofit organization where I work with, do too much. I work with the low-income kids, and I say all that to say is I work with the most vulnerable population in our community, and I think that one of the barriers that I see most is that when the community comes to me with an issue, most of the time I'm referring them out to a vendor outside of Hobbs, as far as like for rent relief, even food insecurities. Usually I'm sending them out to Alianza, I'm sending them to Roswell. So what I guess my question is how can this community have more providers for some of the resources that we do offer in New Mexico? It was such an amazing thing to go through all of these things that we offer. The majority of them are not available directly in our community. So that's one thing. And I also work in out of school time, so it'd be great to get some connections and how we make that happen.
All right, good. Well, you've got the after school sort of, I'd love to see that really take hold in every community, and this one in particular. I have an answer for why we don't have more providers. If it's a Medicaid provider, we pay the second highest rates in the country. We've got lots of good available grants and resources to stand them up. I wonder if we ought to do like a little provider fair and talk to the MCOs and others and nonprofits and ask them, I mean, Yes Housing is a great example. They do great work, thank you, about getting more of these folks to deliver the services that you have to go to other places to get. Maybe I can ask my cabinet to do a gap analysis for me here. And then why don't we have like a little provider fair and get them to think about operating here and make it worth their while. And would you mind helping us with that?
Absolutely not.
All right, does that sound like that might warrant get the right reaction?
I believe so. I just, I don't know if it's that our providers don't have access to becoming the rendering agent for those programs, like housing insecurity or what the issue is, but either way, I love it.
And I do think that when we don't have, again, right now we're really, New Mexico's in a really good financial spot. I mean, our economy is growing at more than twice the national average. We have double digits, 20 and 35% increases in economic activity in a number of sectors. It's really amazing, and that's great. So we have resources. But when we didn't, and again, we're pretty mindful as a state, right? We save, thoughtful, because you never know what tomorrow brings, and this is a community that knows volatility. So I think those are good strategies. That wasn't to complain about them; it was to embrace them. But when we have leaner years, I think providers think about ways to reduce their administrative costs, and they regionalize. And I think some of that regionalization has actually thwarted our ability to make meaningful delivery in communities like this and others around the state. And it may be something that we could reverse, given where we are. And the only reason I said that about, I'm a little worried, earnestly. I am not panicked, but I'm a little worried about some of the federal cuts that are coming. I mean, just in Medicaid alone, over a 10-year period, it could be as much as $20 billion. And it affects mostly hospitals, primary care providers, individuals with chronic disease, young disabled adults and seniors. And the other big population that just really gets hit hard are kiddos. And they're the most inexpensive, and that's who we want. That shouldn't be the reason to focus on kids, but kids can't work. Gotta provide that. And so that one scares me, frankly, more than some of the educational cuts that we're seeing. But I do think we can do a better job encouraging folks, given the current state situation and our efforts, to think about having more localization and regional efforts that are more about partnering, best practices, leveraging, but we should be present in as many communities as possible. So let's see if we can't reverse that trend a little.
Thank you, Governor. Also, guys, let's give this guy a round of applause for holding this mic.
We had someone run away with a mic, and then we've had someone drop it on someone's head. So it isn't that we don't think you can be trusted with a mic, but I have had a couple of issues.
First and foremost, Governor, I really want to thank you today. Your secretary for Workforce Solutions, she spent over an hour at Habitat. Okay. She was dressed real nice. She went to the work site, the subdivision, and she had a lot of questions. But more than that, she was real helpful in her direction that she's giving us at Habitat for Humanity. There was a couple of times, there was one time she goes, well, we'll consider that. There was a second time when she said, Richard, you need to put that into paper. So we really, truly appreciate that. And she even went as far as to say, do you have a relationship with the county or the city? And I told her, yeah, that the city had acted as a judiciary in the past when Senator Scott got us some funds for infrastructure costs. Secondly, what I wanted to tell you, well, I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. Secondly, I wanted to tell you, I heard you speak at the Natalie County in Santa Fe, and you talked about how important it was to affordable housing. There is not enough affordable. I could tell you, we had over 400 applicants, and we're building 14 houses. We have to go into it now, 14. We're a small Habitat for Humanity. We work strictly on donations. But so we typically build about 5 houses a year. And it works really well, but it's just not enough houses. But I'm here to tell you, if you're truly serious about affordable housing, we can do it on a bigger scale if we had more state help or municipal funding. Because I'll tell you what, and bear with me because this is going to sound unbelievable, but it's very true. So there's no one that could build a house cheaper than that. There is not. The houses we're building right now, and your secretary saw it, developer sells it for $225,000. We have the same plan. We're building them for $150,000. So we carry the note.
Because we need 30,000 houses minimally.
Okay.
30,000 in the state.
So we carry the note for 30 years at 0% interest. So their principal payment is going to be $417 a month.
Wow.
So, and we could do that because we use volunteers. We use C-Tech students. We don't get charged for the roof. He's a neighbor of mine, the Gonzaleses, and all it costs us our enchiladas once in a while.
You must make great enchiladas.
We don't get charged for our site preps. We're one of 2 Habitat for Humanities in the state that get city funding. And we really appreciate that, but we get it on the back. So for those 14 houses, the infrastructure cost us $400,000. So we get $15,000 per house when we do a certificate of occupancy, but it's on the back end. So if you're real serious about affordable housing, I mean, there's no one that builds a house cheaper than I do. There's,
How many houses can you build in a year?
you know what, we build 5 a year. The reason why we do that, ma'am, is we'll run out of money. All we do
If you
is,
didn't run out of money, it's not, and I hope it doesn't sound challenging, I'm excited. How many could you do if money was not an
if
option?
money wasn't an object, we could do 20 a year. I'll tell you why. We could utilize the C-Tech students.
Okay, right
That
on.
doesn't cost us anything. We could get volunteers to stay here longer. We fill up with volunteers.
Can I volunteer my husband?
You can, ma'am.
He's
You can.
handy. I'm gonna tell you, that's a gift. It wasn't meant to be mean. He's very handy.
But we could, and this is the nicest part. We get, I mean, man, it's just a good deal that you can't get anywhere in the United States. I mean,
I'm a big fan of Habitat for Humanity. Not that that's necessary. It doesn't matter whether I think you're the best or not. If you meet the qualifications, we've got a system in place. Everyone has a fair shot. That's how it should work. But let's try to get you to that 20 houses. Let's see what kind of models and how we can get money to you faster and how we can help the city do some of the front end stuff with our resources. I need to think about where we can be more flexible than we currently are, and I'll get bossed around by a bunch of lawyers, I hate that, about where we can't, but I work very hard, and the cabinet will tell you, I don't like no. I like yes. So we will work to get to a yes and figure out how many we can do, and we want every partner. We want every partner. We're not gonna get to 30,000 houses in a decade if we don't get to yes more readily. And if we don't get to 30,000 houses in the next 2 years, it's just gonna get harder. People want to move here and stay here. They do, and we want them. And they can't do it if they can't afford a place to live. The market is outpaced for nearly everyone. And we can do better, and thank you to the New Mexico legislature, who again, bipartisan, because I'm complaining about the public safety stuff, they leaned in big for housing and affordable housing and money for us to do that. They did. And I'm grateful, and it is intended to come right back into these communities in the way that you're describing.
And you know, Governor, the people we put in these houses, they meet the HUD guidelines specific to Lee County for low income. So we
Which
have
is
now-
incredible, and what we would do is not have the HUD restrictions on getting stuff built, so, but what he's saying, for those folks who may not know, these are people that without their work would never qualify for a roof over their heads or equity or be able to afford rent. It's just wrong. And so I thank you from the bottom of my heart for standing up for your community and for the families who live here. But it's
And I'm not
everyone.
worried about bipartisan, because Mayor Cobb is, even though he's on the wrong side of the fence, I'll still vote for him. I said man, I said man. I'm just kidding.
I am, and I am too. There are no flavors in a state-sponsored town
That's what I
hall.
meant.
We're all on Team New Mexico.
Thank you, Governor.
You
Thank you very
bet.
much.
Thank you.
Governor, first of all, I just want to say thank you so very much for the unprecedented investments that your administration has made in early childhood education. Having a cabinet, I mean, it's been amazing. I've been in the field for 40 years, and I've never seen a shift like this. And with the work that Secretary Broginski is doing, and how committed and hardworking and how connected we feel, even in rural communities like this, to the early childhood community. It's just amazing. We want to thank you for the investments that you have made in child care state subsidies. What a difference it has made to working families, so that all of their money is not, I mean, it's hard times now, right? But they don't have to pay for that quality child care, for this child care rating system, for their professionalism, and I have 85 employees, and for us to be able to get quality professional development through quorum, you know, and just everything that you all are doing in the scholarships. And the pay parities, it's just been amazing. So just thank you. My question is, and then another thing is just bringing dignity and hope to a workforce that never was recognized as really being quality and really making a difference. You have professionalized our field for real.
You have done that work. You just didn't get supported to expand it. And I know that, you know, we're at a, and so again, I'm lobbying, that'll teach the legislators, that's why we have these town halls. It's really for me to beg you for more stuff. We got the money we needed for universal access. Like, no New Mexican, it's more than your house payment. It's $1,500 to $2,000 a month for childcare. Per child. All right? It's expensive, and because these are professionals. They have to make their own mortgage payments. I don't think any New Mexican should be paying for childcare. I think that you set that stake and that priority in the ground squarely and solidly, that you're going to stand up for young families, families of all ages, and kids, no matter where they live, and they get the right start. We start well and do it early, we aren't going to have any of the issues that we've been describing and discussing and challenged by tonight. What we didn't get enough money for is continuing our investments in wage growth. And I'm going to be totally honest, I got into a big debate with Secretary Grudinski, and I really hate it because she's smarter than I am, which everyone at this table is. Hire people who are better and more effective than you. I've been lucky enough to do that. They're amazing. They don't get enough credit for sure. These are hard jobs. I did it for a long time, I know, and I'm a difficult boss because I want everything to be yesterday and perfect. Now, those are hard standards. I bet you are too. But you love the people who dedicate their lives to this work. We're not going to have enough to do enough in that wage growth this second year. We could split it. I voted for kids, because I want families to help us sustain forever, and they will if they're in it, right? They'll become our best advocates, but I wanted you to hear from me. That was a painful decision, all right? That was a hand-wringing, frustrated, I don't like it, I shouldn't have to choose. It was Sophie's choice for me. We need to make sure that the rest of the wage growth gets over the finish line for our early child care and early childhood education and child care workers. And you should expect me to bring a large request to the legislature to do exactly that.
And my question is, so you're going to be going out, and you know, and how are we going to protect these investments? How are we going to sustain them and have that equity, you know, even when administrations change? Like I said, I've been in the field for 40 years, and it's sometimes like starting over. You have some that are champions for early childhood education, and others, their interests are in other areas. How do we sustain this remarkable working growth that we have had and don't have to start over?
Well, this is really unfair. I'm going to do 3 political things if this community can tolerate me for that. I know it's hard. And I don't mean that. It sounds like I don't mean it to sound wrong. It's just, it's not a political meeting, and I'm not running. One, it's completely unfair to Secretary Grudinski, but you should ask every gubernatorial candidate. We stole her. You should keep her. Now, I feel that way about everyone in the cabinet. But when you're building something new, so no offense to the general, you should just, you're expendable. He is not. That guy's amazing, all right? But when you're building something new, and I can do it from experience, I stayed for 18 years in the cabinet. 3 different governors, Republicans and Democrats. And we went from being one of the worst in the country to being number one in the country, and we're no longer there for aging services, because to your point, when I did something else, they didn't keep people who had the experience or the support of the legislature, and it fell apart. And now we're rebuilding it. We're still rebuilding it, and thank you, Secretary Kaltenbach, for doing that. So I'm a big proponent. When it's this good, it's number one in the country. You ask every governor, I don't know that she's willing, she may not be willing to do that. It's not easy work. What you do is not easy work. And I would ask that question of every governor, gubernatorial candidate, and the legislature. That's not a partisan job. This is about everybody's children. 2, you talk to legislators in particular and gubernatorial candidates. This trust fund, we made some adjustments because we got some scary things coming. We don't have, I don't know about, nobody knows about what the federal government funding is going to look like in education. So we made, or Medicaid, we made some adjustments to that trust fund. They're temporary adjustments. Don't touch these funds. We've got, I think, the 3rd largest educational endowment funds in the country with our land grant permanent funds. I can't take credit for that. People before me, legislators before many of the folks here, put that together, and it was brilliant. Right? It's going to be $100 billion in the next decade. $100 billion. Protect these funds that pay for these services. Don't sweep them for something, and they're when you don't have enough income coming in or there's a deficit, it's very attractive to just dip into that. We got $300 million in 2019. It was actually $320 million. We gave $20 million back to help address some immediate shortfalls during COVID. Today, Wayne, how big is that trust fund? It's over $9 billion. I keep saying it's 10 or 11. Wishful thinking. It's growing. It has a revenue stream. It's valuable to the future of early childhood. It's how we make this promise. It's how we have a constitutional right to child care. Make everyone agree that that's going to have the same constitutional protections. That's what I think we should do. And I will have it on my call. I want a constitutional question to New Mexicans to make the Early Childhood Trust Fund protected in the same way your land grant permanent funds for education are. Aren't we glad we have those? So that's another very practical thing you can help me with. And the last thing, keep being a good advocate and good representative, because it's hard to say no to things that work, no matter who you are in the legislature or no matter who the governor is. Those are the 3 most powerful things to keep this going. New Mexicans deserve it. And I just give you credit. It doesn't mean we'd have all the money in the world, all the cabinet members in the world. You don't have people just like this who know how to stand up these programs and make a difference for kiddos. It doesn't matter what we do here. Thank you for making the differences that you do every day.
Travis. Go ahead.
Hi, Madam Governor, cabinet members. My name is Ann Navarrete. I'm the Director of Nursing at White Sands Healthcare, just down the road. We're a long-term and skilled care nursing facility. I actually have the privilege and honor of having some of your staff members from your aging and long-term department in our building earlier, and I was so proud to be able to show them around and see our beautiful facility and our staff members and our residents. So thank you all for being here, and thank you so much for your service to us. I've been a resident of Lee County for a number of decades, of which I will not disclose the exact number. I'm sure you understand why. I've been in Lee County for a long time. Those years that I've been here, the last 15 of those years, I've been in healthcare. I've provided direct care to the residents of Lee County. Some of them are in this room. Some of their family members are in this room. I've worked with some of them to help provide care to the residents of Lee County. Healthcare is what I do. It's what I'm passionate about. Having said that, I have 2 areas of concern that I'd like to bring up here. The first one is directly related to mental illness and the unhoused population in New Mexico. So on that note, in the nursing facilities, not only in our facility, but I've spoken with other directors of nursing and administrators around the state of New Mexico, and they all pretty much sharing the sentiment that we're starting to see so many more people in our facilities that are mental health people. They're coming to our facilities as people needing mental health care, specifically. A lot of them are unhoused. They are active drug users. We're having a hard time finding appropriate placement for them, so we're
Can I
having them
interrupt
here.
you and just ask a clarifying quick question
Yes.
so that I can follow better?
Sure.
So are they ending up in a placement in your facility, like post-acute, like a hospitalization and ER, and they're discharged there?
Sometimes. Sometimes they come to us because they're unhoused.
They just come there and they ask to be admitted for care?
Yes, as
Okay.
long-term residents.
Okay.
That does happen.
I have never heard that, so that's,
We
okay.
have had a few.
Okay, okay.
Which leads me to a few things. One, when they come to us as active drug users, a lot of times the unhoused population, they have that problem. They have a lot of mental illness as well. We're not really
Licensed or equipped to do that?
licensed.
And thank you for, doing everything you can, but that's not
Right.
what long-term care, immediate care facilities are
Right.
supposed to be doing. So you're right to be concerned about that. Go ahead.
And I know that we're having a hard time finding appropriate placement for them on discharge if they're not here with us long-term, if they come from the hospital. We don't have anywhere to discharge them to. So that's one issue. I know that we don't have a lot of mental health resources as far as like facilities to send them to.
Okay, we actually have more than you might think, and I think it's just been our lack, to the mayor's point, maybe we're not doing enough education and support. We're gonna need more. Can I ask one more clarifying question?
Sure.
What's your total capacity? It's 3, capacity, current census, and then how many folks should be really in a long-term or in an inpatient drug rehabilitation facility? Yeah.
So our total capacity is 116 beds.
Okay.
We currently have 109.
Okay.
I would say, how many do we have? A good handful of people that need to be.
So 5 or 6, 10?
Probably 20, 30.
Oh, so wait, that's not a handful.
No.
That's
It's a number of handfuls.
And I've never heard this issue. I've heard the issue that navigating placements, inappropriate discharge, and it sounds like I'm picking on hospitals, but they really aren't supposed to do that.
Right.
They're stuck, they get into trouble with Medicaid, all the things that you and I know too well, which is all these tricky reimbursement and licensing requirements. That's a bunch, but I have not heard that kind of, it's not quite half, but it's a third of your entire census, and I have never heard that for any facility. So number one, we gotta fix that here. So that should not be what's going on, and you have a liability. I'm sure all these things give you great concern. And this may be harsh for people to hear, not for you, because you deal, with really tough issues, and I know, and I thank you for being a caregiver and a leader in long-term care. One of the really tough issues about domestic violence shelters in the community, facilities and communities, is risk family members, and drug dealers know where you are, right? The spouse or the person who was battering, right, someone,
That's why we try to hide them, know where you are, and so it's a real issue. So knowing that you're right there and that drugs can get in, they typically is really terrifying, and I'm so sorry that you're doing professional, good work. You're standing up for your community and your residents. So number one, can we get in there between Healthcare Authority, aging, and maybe even DOH, just from your past experience, you might have some ideas. We've moved where authorities are, a lot of it's now with Secretary Armijo. Let's see if we can't transition those 30 ASAP and figure that out. And then to figure out sort of how that continues to happen without focusing somewhere else with the hospitals. So that needs to be a letter from us. And then aging, you want to put out some information and find out that if this is the trend in the state, that's got to get reversed immediately.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're right. When we do have these people who come to us with mental health issues, drug use issues, they are dangerous. As a director of nursing, and I'm also currently serving in a dual role as facility manager, so I have a lot of responsibility to care for all the people, all of them. So even the ones that come to us that are behavioral health residents or drug users, I still have moral, legal obligations to take care of them. So I also have the obligation and duty to care for or provide safety for the other residents in our building and for our staff members, including myself, because even just recently, Gracie was there. I was physically, violently assaulted by someone who had been previously unhoused and has a lot of mental health issues. So I have personally been directly affected by this problem. And it is, so I'm grateful and appreciative that you share that with me and you see that.
I am really sorry for that. And again, I don't, please don't take this in this way, but long-term care facilities are not licensed to do that care.
Right, no, we're not.
So you've been put in a really terrible position, and worse, we're gonna come help. And worse, we could come out there anonymously and we don't help. We tell you that you've got a level of care problem and you can lose, she can lose her license.
Exactly.
All right? So she's standing up for the community, standing up, giving the hospital some choices and some support, and then it's me. I take away your license after I fine you. Where you at now? If I need to say this so it's like that commercial. It's really awful. Read the fine print. If anyone in this community or any other one isn't doing what they're supposed to do, in the letter of the law, I have a responsibility that we have to do so. When there has been a gap, and you've got folks who are keeping people from being in harm's way and being hospitalized against their will and not in inappropriate settings, we're going to come in here and we're going to be open-minded and figure out a way to meet our regulatory obligations. We're going to meet them and help you. So I have to say that is my job. I have to hold everyone accountable and do that. Secretary DeBlassie, can you also check and see how many open positions we might have for our alcohol unit, assuming it's still there in the way that it needs to be there at Fort Baird? So we have lots of ideas. This, I think, is more of an emergency. Do you mind if we get right over there pretty quick?
Of course, yeah. I did share one of my business card with one of your staff members, but I have more to give out.
Done. And I hope I didn't scare you, that we're actually going to come in, and I'm not scaring this community, that we're going to come in and be, inappropriate and not be helpful. But I have to also say that and disclose that. If maybe find a rule or something else that you're not doing right, we have obligations. But I think we can be much more helpful, and we better get our arms around what's going on statewide, for sure. So thank you for bringing that to my attention. Never heard that before.
Yeah, it's an issue.
It is an issue.
So another facet of that, if you will, along with the unhoused population, we have the problem as well of not having guardians for them. They don't have family members a lot of times. They don't have anybody that we can call or turn to when we have the need to contact somebody for decision-making, financial issues. We don't have guardians appointed for them because there's no money for that. Or we've been told there's no money for that.
Not exactly true,
Okay.
but also really hard for you. So this is a state that frowns upon required guardianships. The law also frowns on that. And, but that puts you into some interesting challenges for consent to care. So you're in a box. I'm going to keep you actually on the guardianship side on that box. And part of this issue is again why I need the House to pass a commitment bill. So now we have another tool, because that's part of the problem. She's in a box she can't get out of. And there are all kinds of legal issues that make me very nervous for the industry in that regard. And again, you can't require guardianship, so you have to kind of navigate that kind of consent of care delicately. We need to get right in there. We do have a public guardianship program. I have to tell you, it's a little defunct and upside down right now. We've made some changes to the guardianship law. I don't think they're enough. That particular department's not here today. They operate through a board, so I'm not directly responsible for them. Are over budget. I'll bet that's where you got that information, but there are other processes, and this may be an adult protective services situation. So we have other ways to embrace supporting you to navigate all of these very real challenges. Thank you for making sure that you have a safe, productive, caring place. But let's make sure you're caring for the right residents in the right ways, and it sounds to me like that's your intention, and we'd like to help you.
Thank you. I have one more thing.
Yep.
So we also have a CNA program in our facility.
Yay.
Yes.
Certified nurse aide. Anybody here want to be one? I was a certified nurse
I was
aide.
too.
Yeah, that's hard work.
It is, and it's hard to find people to do that job that actually care about doing that job.
Yep.
And it's my task to find them, and it's hard. So when we fill our classes, that's always such a blessing. When we graduate the students from our program in-house, then we send them to go test. What I'm running into as a challenge, as well as all the other DONs that I've talked to in the state, including one of the CNA instructors from the New Mexico Junior College has shared with me as well. They're also having the same challenge that we send people to be tested. It's hard to get a test date, first of all. Second of all, the locations a lot of times are not here in Hobbs. Third, we have a lot of Spanish-speaking people in this community in Lee County and in New Mexico in general. They can't pass the test because they don't speak English. I had a conversation, I cannot remember, I think it was Pamela, regarding the CNA program and the testing and whatnot. I was at the Mexico Healthcare Association conference last year. And I mentioned to her the challenge we're having with the Spanish-speaking students not being able to pass the test. And are there any other accommodations that can be made, translator? And there's nothing. So we either don't hire Spanish-speaking people, which is not a thing. We need to hire
Which would be terrible.
Yes, we can't do that. Or they just don't pass the test. So they have to essentially learn English to be able to pass the test.
I'm a little disappointed that the Healthcare Association's response was sort of hands in the air. They're supposed to be better advocates than that, and I don't mind being a little harsh in that regard. I've got 40 years of experience with the Mexico Healthcare Association, and they could have done a better job here. We have licensing boards who can be very difficult to deal with, but let me just tell you this. I will fix this. I will get these tests in your community. I will make sure they're bilingual. I will deal with that board and everybody else in the association, but I will take personal responsibility to make sure that the issues that you have identified are resolved as quickly as I can, but we're pretty fast. And I've got lots of people taking notes, but I'm going to take my own notes. I'm going to do it with them. So I got a good team. We're going to get that done. That is a very valuable, productive, constructive criticism about a system that doesn't work, that I had no idea was doing that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And I welcome all of your help here. I see everybody, all of our departments from the state of New Mexico as a resource. So I welcome you all to come to our building and help. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, and you got it. We're here for you, and I'll take personal responsibility to fix the CNA testing. That's just done. And we'll fund and bring translators to those. We got this. We got you. And you're welcome. They're keeping me caffeinated. Not that I could stay awake all night. I'm a night person. But I drink 30 cups of coffee a day and I can't give up my addiction. 30 at least.
Muy buenas noches, gracias por venir y atender aquí. Mi nombre es Lujan Hernández, yo soy de la organización de Somos un Pueblo Unido. Y lo que yo le quiero preguntar es, ¿qué plan tiene usted? Porque ahorita tenemos a migración aquí en nuestras comunidades, que es Lovington y aquí en Hobbs. El martes se llevaron a unas personas y nosotros decimos, sí, están haciendo su trabajo de agarrar a los criminales, pero en esos grupos van personas que ya tienen muchos años aquí y lo único que hacen es trabajar. Entonces ahorita nuestra gente está con pánico, no sale a trabajar. Queremos saber qué es lo que usted puede hacer para ¿cómo se dice?, evitar que todo esto esté sucediendo en nuestra comunidad. Incluso si hay personas que alguien entró a robar a sus casas, no quieren ni hablar a la policía porque dicen que van a hablar a migración y nos van a llevar. Entonces ahorita aquí nuestra comunidad está en pánico. Queremos saber qué puede hacer usted para ayudar a nuestras comunidades aquí, las comunidades rurales, que muchos de ellos trabajan en el petróleo. Las personas que se acaban de llevar trabajaban en una lechería aquí en Lovington. Queremos saber qué puede hacer para ayudar. Gracias.
Good night. Thank you for coming tonight. My name is Ms. Hernandez. I'm from the organization Somos un Pueblo Unido. And I have a question to ask you. What is the plan that you have to help our communities? We have a lot of immigration here in our community in Hobbs and Lovington. On Tuesday, they took some people. They were working people. And yes, of course, if they're doing their work and they're taking criminals, then that's fine. However, in those groups, they are taking a lot of the people who are only here to work, who have been here many years. So a lot of our people are in panic mode. They are not going to work because they are afraid. So what can you do to avoid this so that this does not continue to happen in our community? We want, there's things that are happening, including that people who are having thefts or people are coming into their homes are not calling the police because they are afraid that the police will then call immigration. So once again, people are in panic mode, and I want to know how you can help the communities here, the rural communities. Many of the workers are working in the oil fields. The people who were taken on Tuesday were working in the milk industry.
This is probably the toughest question to answer because I want to do everything, and I have no power. I have no ability to stop the federal government and except to continue to tell them that indiscriminate efforts here are problematic and, in my opinion, unwarranted and completely unfair. I want to give folks an example. There was a large ICE raid in largely Roswell, but it was sort of statewide many months ago. 48 people were disclosed, and we met with, and the general did too, General Aguilar, with the regional leaders of Homeland Security and Immigration Enforcement and Border Control. And I had a couple of questions. So one is, can you tell me where 48 people are? And they have yet to really do that. I can't even make them do that, but I'm on it. I'm doing my best. Two, how many folks have deportation orders? And for this community, that means there's a legal issue. or did you have a warrant for? Okay? 4. So everybody got picked up, only 4 warrants. Only 4 folks went into the custody of the U.S. Marshal. I think the Mexicans should be aware that we, including the general, offered, and I mean it, on the public safety front, I'll work with any administration. I asked all of them. I've asked the Obama administration. I asked Trump 1 as a congressperson. I asked again in the Biden administration, and I recently got rejected for the 4th time to work with the federal government on public safety. So if we have a bad actor, I've got a drug dealer as an example, I don't care where you're from. I don't want you in my state, I want you held accountable. And all of those administrations have rejected every one of our requests and petitions. Maybe they don't think we're big enough to worry about in that regard. I mean, a lot of the enforcement comes out of Texas and Arizona. It makes its way here, these immigration issues on I-40 and I-25. I don't really understand, and I feel like the Mexicans were critical in getting a lot of money that the Department of Justice now has, and Homeland Security, to deal with real public safety issues, many of which are in fact related to immigration. People who sought asylum and refugee status and are good community members who are working in our nursing homes, our dairies, our oil and gas, our hospitals, and many other industries are absolutely at risk. And I don't agree with it, and I don't like it. But I have very little, in fact, no power to do anything about it, except this. We asked for an appropriation, we got it, and we're going to be asking largely advocates and lawyers to assist in supporting folks to do everything they can to get their hearings to initiate returns. That is, I think, important and powerful. I'm going to tell you, it's a long shot. And I'm a bit appalled that that's what we're doing. But it is happening. Now, interestingly enough, that it seems to be much more robust in other states. I don't like that either, but I have been a bit relieved. But we just had another immigration enforcement action in Rio Rancho just today at a Walmart. I think that we should be focused on public safety. I think we should pass a bipartisan border bill. I think we should recognize there are many other tools here, but I wasn't elected to do this federal job. President Trump was elected to do that. He's been very clear that he intends to make this a top priority. He is in fact doing that. So I don't have any power over Homeland Security, over immigration in general, and I will keep asking for a focus so that we're working more together, and I will do the things I can do to protect New Mexico families. We're not getting health care. We're not going to school. We can't go to work. And it's going to have a negative, terrible impact on the state. And my heart breaks for families and kids. They're picking up kids. They're also picking up American citizens, detainees. It's not something I believe at all. And I hope that more Americans and more community members speak up and speak out. And that collectively this country passes immigration reform and figures this out. But we're in for, I think, a pretty tumultuous year. And if you have other ideas about ways I can legally do more to protect people, if you want to,
something that Department of Public Safety and Homeland Security and the General Guard are interested, as this fear causes risk. Risk causes public safety issues. There's a lot going on, but I don't have power to stop it. I have power to help families in their moments of need, and that becomes available in July, and we'll make sure that Somos, who's listed as one of the acting groups that we should be working with, knows what they have access to and how to use it. It's only $10 million, not going to go very far. But it's the best sort of offset here to what I think is really unfair and frankly very unsafe in this country today. But we know that it's occurring every day somewhere in New Mexico. Every day, somewhere. And I don't get reports or information, I get them the same way you do. Somebody calls us, it's on social media, the newspaper gets it. If I ask the federal government to give it to me, I don't. And I've also asked, I don't know, in like 6 months, 5 months, even before the swearing in, I've been asking to talk to folks that we were pretty clear were going to be in positions of authority, including Secretary No. I've had no response. But I'm trying really hard, and I've flown to DC specifically, and I've worked with our delegation, but it's not proving to give the kind of sweeping protections that I think many communities would like us to offer. And it hurts me to say so, but I'm not going to mislead anyone in this room. I'm going to tell you how I feel about it, and that I very little I can do. Any other ideas about what we could do? Keep communities protected and safer, respected. Safeguard industries, including oil and gas, who are impacted. And many oil and gas operators ask us to, and I will tell you to their credit, a lot of the majors have voiced concern to the White House about this process. So I appreciate employers saying it's a problem. But I don't expect we're going to see changes in the next year. Honestly, I think they're going to do more, is my guess. And I think they're encouraging states and communities to do more to help them. And I would expect it to get bigger. Is that fair, General? And I don't get to boss around local law enforcement jurisdictions, nor do I think I should be able to. I should fund them, respect them, support their journey, but we're in a really tough place, I think, in America today. That's my opinion. And I'll do my very best to make families feel like they're protected and welcomed and supported as long as we do our part to be good community members. But my opportunity here is low and small, and I'm sorry.
Governor, can I address one statement that one lady made about, I can tell you, there's no law enforcement agency in this county that enforces federal immigration law.
Correct.
Period. Period. It's not my job. However, if we are called to assist for something, then it's merely a presence. So the notion that people are afraid to call the police or the sheriff's office, that rumor has to end, because in our communities, there's no sheriff along the border from McAllen, Texas to San Diego or Yuma that knows, and we know that there's a lot of good people in our communities that are undocumented and are not criminals. We know that. But the simple fact is, if you're a victim of a crime, or you're a witness of a crime, you need to be able to call your local police, the sheriff's office, because law enforcement in this county, whether you're a city police officer or a county, will never ask you your immigration status, period.
And neither will your healthcare providers, and neither will your schools. And those are policies, thank you for that. Those are policies put in locally and by by the state. It's a good example of a good partnership where we stick up for each other. But I do think, honestly, people really are making decisions out of fear beyond the protections that we continue to provide, and it is a real issue. Telling me that, to your point, that they won't come forward as witnesses, it's a real issue, and I think this is poorly thought out, and I would be happy to work. I want to say it again, just like you said, you're not enforcing federal law. I'm happy to work with federal law enforcement on bad actors, all day, every day, but that was rejected in wholesale. Yeah.
Clear, I don't, what my intention is, so people understand, is I don't enforce federal immigration law.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard that clear, and I appreciate that clarification.
Hello, I'm Edna Berry. Thank you all for coming all the way down here and visiting with the community of Lee and all of the citizens that came tonight. So thank you for coming. I have a friend that was unable to come, and there's a question that she has, and I'm not very familiar with it, so I would like to have your help, Governor, please. It is the qualified immunity for law enforcement, and how the New Mexico Civil Rights Act in 2021 came about. Can you help me understand that?
I can. It's actually, I'm going to tell you, twofold. I signed it. So that was a bill introduced by the Speaker of the House at that time. And a lot of it had to do with making state actors more accountable, which is why I signed it. So that means that state employees, if they are negligent, grossly negligent, so in a public health office, at children, youth, and families, high risk, high touch Medicaid offices, our state facilities, that we couldn't sue a state entity for those issues. We're immune from liability. Makes sense to me that the state shouldn't be immune. It impacts law enforcement. Now, we changed the law for judges and police officers so that the personal liability got taken off the table. That was in there, and I said I won't sign that. But I did sign this. I think it may be a little too broad and sweeping. Everyone is sued for a whole lot of stuff that is not a gross negligence standard. In many of these cases, the Mexicans are really cranky, and they're giving huge awards, juries are, or they are settling cases. And I'm very concerned about what that's gonna do to our state coffers. And again, I think the government should be accountable, and I think if we have a gross negligent act, even by law enforcement, we gotta do something about that. That's every public employee. It's not limited to just first responders, it's all of us. I think it's a well-intentioned piece of legislation that I don't think is right-sized. So if your friend is concerned about it, I think it's a valid criticism about sometimes, you gotta have the courage to say our intentions were fine here, but it's not working the way that it should. I also think that, two things. I think that the information about it for law enforcement and first responders in particular is a little unfairly biased, so that they're too worried about it. And on the other hand, it is true that it may be too sweeping. It's both at the same time, so that it's got kind of a myth of everyone's been liable, we're gonna take your house and your pension, all of that not true, and that it's, everyone, if you give a ticket, someone's mad at you, you're in trouble, not true. But it is broad, and I think maybe too broad. So both those things at the same time, I believe are accurate. And I think for the legislators here, I think we may want to rethink that. And just so that you know, for the leadership in both caucuses, I raised that as an issue that we ought to address and to kind of collect their ideas in this last session.
We didn't have anything introduced, but I really think the leadership of both parties, both chambers ought to think about squeezing that a bit. And if your friend has some ideas about that, I'm gonna make sure that you at least have Ben Baker's phone number, because from whatever perspective they're raising that, I think there's some real truth there that it's a bit too broad, I do. And that people are really fearful. And we don't want fear-based to stop us from being able to recruit law enforcement officers or anybody else. So that's the origination, was the sense that the state was always immune. I'll give you another example. Not quite true, because you can sue our vendors when they don't do the road cone placements, and we have a liability. But let's say the secretary told them to place those cones like that, he's exempt from liability. So the point was to make sure your state is as accountable as the private sector is. That's the genesis. That makes sense to me. But again, a little too broad. And it came at a time when people were really angry at law enforcement. So it felt pretty punitive to law enforcement, unfairly designed, when the country was seeing issues related to all the protests. And I'll mention it again to the leadership. I think that needs to be right-sized a bit, maybe even more than a bit, frankly. And I do still think that state actors, us in particular, should be accountable for willful misconduct. I do. I think we should be held accountable for that. But that's the genesis. You're welcome. So that's when I both need two things for my last year and a half. I need a crystal ball, so I know the future, and I need 20/20 hindsight, because you don't always know how these things are gonna roll out, and you're not always aware of unintended consequences. But there have been some, I think, related to that bill, earnestly. I do. Yeah, please, Secretary.
I'd like to expand on that for a minute. I was not with the administration back when the Qualified Immunity Bill came about. I was with the city of Rio Rancho at the time. I was a deputy chief. And I remember how officers felt about it at the time. And it was really, in a large part, people being misinformed. The final version of that bill, as the governor mentioned, is not being personally liable. And so that really resonated with law enforcement, and I think the governor hit it right on the head. Law enforcement at that particular time probably felt that it was punitive, as the national mood against law enforcement was very positive at that particular time. So, and I guess what I'm worried about is that that narrative still lives on. We've done our best, even at that particular time when I was with the city of Rio Rancho, to try to address all of our squads and all of our shifts to let them know that this looks like it's going to go through, it's going to pass, but no, you're not personally liable. And it was really hard to convince our officers of that. Even still, you sit there and tell them personally and tell them directly to their face in the weeks and months and even years to follow, people still believe that they're at risk. And as the governor said, is my pension at risk? Do I have to, I had literally an officer ask, do I need to get a divorce from my wife in order to protect like our estate type of thing? The fear was real. And so we still struggle with that, and we talk about it at conferences and different places to educate law enforcement. That's not the case. I'm really encouraged by what the governor just said, that it's probably too broad and to revisit it. I think that would do a lot. The impact that all of that had, not just this qualified immunity, mood against law enforcement as a whole, still impacts us today. As we try to recruit people to come to law enforcement, we have this governor, as she mentioned earlier, has leaned in and provided a tremendous amount of funding to law enforcement. Our first day on the job, literally, I learned that she was $100,000 for 1,000 cops, and I thought, you're gonna be hard pressed to try to find 1,000 people at this particular time who want to do this job because of all of these things that we just mentioned. There has been a tremendous effort in trying to turn that around, but it's like anything else. Once something sits with someone, it just stays with them, and they just remember it. I was encouraged when I joined the administration, learning through legislative process, that there were legislators as well that felt that pendulum probably swung a little bit too far, and that they regretted doing some of those things. So I agree with the governor, it's probably a little too broad. I think there are legislators that see the bigger picture now, and maybe it'd be nice to be able to tighten that up. But at the end of the day, I would just say this: as a law enforcement leadership, whether I'm right now as a cabinet secretary or previously as a deputy chief, we want accountability for law enforcement as well. I think sometimes that's something that's misunderstood. People believe like we want to rally around our own and we want to protect and all of those things. I mean, I want to support our people, there's no doubt, but nothing, I mean, the community is disappointed when there's misconduct in policing. I would say we are more disappointed because day in, day out, we know how hard it is to gain the community's trust, how hard it is to, you know, as a police officer out there, I always say grinding each and every day to work very hard and to build trust. To see that eroded overnight by, you know, someone potentially even in another state, it's very hard to tolerate. And so I agree with the governor that, you know, willful misconduct is something that we need to outright address. And we should never go back the other way where we turn a blind eye to that in any state. And I'm very proud here in New Mexico, and particularly that leadership, and I mean chiefs and sheriffs across the state, they reach out all the time to make sure they're doing things properly, that they're reporting misconduct through our misconduct reporting process. So I just wanted to, you know, provide a little bit of context of that, having not been with the administration at that particular time and being with a law enforcement agency that was feeling the impact of those things. And you know, it's still talked about today by law enforcement leadership, by officers that ask. It's one of those kind of myths that still carry on, that they're personally liable and they're not. I'm encouraged by readdressing it. So thank you for your question.
Yes, my name is Patty Flaherty, and first I want to start out.
Oh, there you are, okay, I couldn't see you.
Could you step up so I can see the governor?
Unfortunately, I have to stay right here.
Okay.
I can come here.
I'm gonna claim seniority first of all, because I'm probably one of the oldest ones in the room. And also seniority because I was born and raised here in Lake County. I lived here 7.5 decades. I love my state, I love my community. But there have been some things that I've watched over my lifetime that have been such a discouragement to me. I have taught school. I have been a jail ministry for women for 10 years. I've taught welfare to work. I went to the public school here and graduated from Hobbs High School in 1968. My children went to school here, my grandchildren. I am disappointed in our state because of our children. I do not think we value our children enough in our state. We can talk about all the things we do in the public school system. We can talk about how hard everybody works, and they do. But the truth of it is our children are coming out of public schools and they cannot read and they cannot do basic math. And we can talk about, well, let's look at the big picture. Let's not hold them accountable for those things. I'm telling you, I have had students in college that have had to take developmental 1, 2, and 3 English before they're ready for a college class. Developmental 1, 2, and 3 English before they're ready for an English class. I have had them in the welfare to work program and in the jail that hold a diploma from New Mexico schools and they can neither read nor do basic math. We are failing our children in that instance. But tonight, the biggest concern on my heart is that we have children in our community that never get a chance. It's the preborn. It saddens my heart to think that we can look the other way. In 2023, there was 20,960 babies aborted in our state. These sweet little souls' blood was shed on our soil. As a state, I want us to be blessed by God. God is not in the sin blessing business. And the state of New Mexico should not be looking at abortion as an industry. When I think that we're looking at that and we're putting in a $10 million abortion mill in Las Cruces, and I think they got another one in, coming maybe in Raton during this last legislative session, it breaks my heart. We can talk about my body, my life. my choice as much as we want. But the truth is, that's a lie straight from hell. Your life is given to you by God Almighty. And those babies are a gift from God. And He wants us to celebrate life, not end life. I looked on the internet and I saw, and I'm gonna read this to you, just a little ad. This was our state. This is my beautiful state of New Mexico. Putting out an ad on the internet for people to come to our state. Can't find it right now, and I'm a little nervous, so I probably won't be able to. But it talks about, it's promoted on the internet citing that there's no waiting period, that there's no parental notification needed for minors to abort their babies, that there's no limit regarding the length of the pregnancy as far as abortion is concerned. In other words, they can have it right up till before the baby is born. We talk about not wanting our children to embrace violence. We want our children to value life. We don't want our children to take their own lives at the rate that they do, or the rate that they're going and taking the lives of others. And yet, we embrace, we even celebrate abortion in our state. It breaks my heart, and I can tell you, if you call yourself by the name of Christ, you better rethink on which ground you stand. It is not God-pleasing, and there will be an accounting, either individually or maybe even as a state. There might be an accounting for that day. The babies have no voice. Speak up, speak out, don't be ashamed. These are our babies. I know that there were some Democrats at the time that they did the abortion right up until birth that crossed over the line and they voted to stop that, and then they were put out of office as a result of that. I can tell you that we need to speak up. The church needs to speak up, and we need leadership that is for life, not leadership that promotes the end of life. And that's what I'd like to say to you today, Governor.
I appreciate you and your courage. We're gonna just really disagree. I think everyone knows I am very pro-choice, because I'm focused on saving the lives of the mothers, and so just as an example, and this issue, I think, if I can, I'm gonna politicize it just for a second, has gotten very extreme. So it's illegal, if you have a healthy pregnancy, to go and seek an abortion in the last trimester. Straight up, it's illegal in this state. So it's kind of like the Civil Rights Act or the qualified immunity. It's gotten sort of, well, I got it, but just you make it sound, and some others do too, and I just want to explain. I heard you out, and you were very respectful, and I want to do the same. It's not true that you can do that. Now, if the mother's going to die, and the baby has extreme issues, and two doctors agree the best medical treatment is that, you can do that in New Mexico. Extremely rare, and remember, these are women, have a nursery, and a name picked out, and they are devastated, and so are their families. And they don't all make it. 2, this is a state that requires and is likely to do that in state law. I'm gonna bring it, and I don't know that I'll win it, but the feds are now saying hospitals, so if you've got an ectopic pregnancy, or you've got complications with your pregnancy or an abortion, they don't have to treat you in hospital, so women die. We know that's the case. It's the case in Texas, it's the case in Oklahoma, it's been the case in Arizona, it's not the case in New Mexico. And I'm gonna ask this legislature to never allow that in the state of New Mexico. There are common sense things that we should do to protect the lives of women. Bleeding to death in a parking lot is not a healthcare strategy.
Ma'am,
But-
may I just say,
Yeah,
20,000.
I didn't interrupt you.
20,000 babies in
20,000 women from all across the country whose state legislators have denied them life-saving treatment. So it's a really hard issue. Here's where I think you and I could work together as an example. We should have fewer, if any, unintended pregnancies. We need fewer mid-schoolers, let me repeat this, mid-schoolers who are sexually active. There should be far fewer of those. We should really work hard. In New Mexico, actually, in this community, at one point, the mayor's gonna get so mad at me. I think at one point, you were rivaling Lee County, Doña Ana County, and some others for some of having the highest teen pregnancy rates. It's been a couple of decades at least. I think that's correct. At least a couple of, I was a secretary. New Mexico's come way down. We're now one of the best states. So it tells me schools are doing what they need to do. Thank you. Public health is doing what they need to do. Thank you. Your policymakers and mayors and county commissioners, we should do more of that. There should be more activities for kids. There should be less risk in households. Those are things that we can all do, I think, across the political spectrum. The fewer unintended pregnancies, fewer risks we have, and here's something else we can do. The healthcare we're trying to bring to this community is intended so that women get better prenatal care earlier. And in rural America, it's terrible. America's got some of the worst maternal health outcomes in any industrialization in the world. When we do right by women and that access, we have fewer infant mortality issues, which are also way too high. And we have better maternal mortality outcomes. Those are things we could work on right here. And we wouldn't have to agree on our different, perspectives about life, but we could make a difference. And I should always be open to listening to that. And I appreciate your courage to tell me your opinion. And I'm glad I came over here to stand up and see you, because I appreciate you.
I feel like I've invested my life, my family's life in our state. And I don't think I'm speaking just as a solo voice. I do feel like more people should speak up in what they truly believe. But it's hard to compromise when it's life and death. And I feel like, we can shade it over. We can say, rape, incest, this or that, and so they should be able to have abortions up until birth. But 20,960 babies in 1 year is not due to rape, incest, and life of the mother. It has become a means of birth control. And babies are...
This is where I agree with you, and I interrupted you and I didn't follow my own advice. Abortion as birth control is a real problem, which means we have to deal with sexual activity and at-risk behaviors, and we need more contraceptions, because human nature is human nature. And I agree with you 1,000%. It should not be the way in which we deal with that. I think there's more this state could do, and I think I don't think it's not intended to persuade you. I would never do that but I wouldn't do that to your personal religious beliefs. In the same way, I have my religious and personal beliefs, and I'm focused on health of the women and the family. Again, you cannot get an abortion later in the pregnancy without extreme situations occurring. You cannot, and you should not. But I will say that I do think that there's too many issues in this country where we aren't really being smart about how we create better outcomes for families. And that's another thing I accept. And I think that we do actually in New Mexico a pretty good job. Most of these services, which I stand by, are for women from states who have total bans. So they can't get contraceptives, they can't get to see a doctor, can't take care of any of these issues. And some of them, not all, but some of them absolutely are life and death decisions for these women. And so I have supported making sure that women from anywhere can come here. I want one more thing for people to know as I sort of make my way back to my seat. None of that is publicly funded. All right, so, you know, that the infrastructure, I build the clinic, but it's primary care. You can do a service there, I stand behind that too. But we don't pay for the services, we don't pay for travel, there are no public funds. We need women who can see an OBGYN in these communities. We don't have them. This brings more primary care to women and their families, and they can be licensed, you're correct, to do reproductive care, they can, but we don't use any money for services. We're not allowed to, and I want to make that really clear. We don't do that. That's all privately funded.
But the clinics themselves where the abortions happen are taxpayer dollars, are they not?
They are. It's infrastructure for primary care, and
And is there also not something that says, that allows people to do those processes that do not have medical, registration or
I don't know what you mean.
that are providing abortions throughout our state that do not have to be certified in some way as a healthcare protector? I believe that is the case.
I don't understand quite the question, but it might be that you can, this is a state that allows you to prescribe medication for medication abortions, and that you're not inside and potentially seeing that patient in person. But you have to be a certified licensed medical provider to be engaged in any of these services. And well, I mean, part of the problem is there's a lot of stuff out there that's not correct, but I will make sure, but that's certainly not the intent of the state. But thank you for raising the issue, and thanks to this community for having a situation where we're having a discussion where we don't quite agree, but we did that, I think, gracefully, and I think we did that respectfully. And I interrupted you that one time, I apologize for that. I just want to make sure I didn't forget it. I'm getting a little long in the tooth my own self. But that's the way I think things could work, and it's one of the reasons I'm so proud of New Mexico. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciated the opportunity to speak with you tonight. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions or comments?
Governor, I don't have an ask of you this evening. I just want to, as a lifelong educator, proud educator for Hobbs Municipal Schools, been there 30 years and just love every minute of it. But I am an educator in heart, and so I just want to thank you, Secretary Rodriguez for Higher Ed, Secretary Groginski, the entire cabinet for everything you do for education, from early childhood education, cradle to career. You have done phenomenal work with higher ed, free college. You have also provided tuition assistance and student forgiveness for teachers and nurses and all kinds of fields. So as an educator and someone who just thinks you do a marvelous job, thank you, and thank you to all your cabinet.
Can I brag about Chairwoman Ruiz right here? She is now seeing some of the best educational outcomes where she is a regent at Eastern University, and I wanted to highlight that. New Mexico does, in fact, so I'm going to pick on that superintendent one more time. We have a lot of educational outcomes that people don't embrace. And we tell a negative narrative. Now, we have challenges. I think you and I would both agree that, and I think that the lovely woman who spoke earlier, we've got some challenges in schools that we got to address. We can do better by these outcomes, but we are far better than people would have you believe, and we're moving in the right direction. And we have some of the best universities. The #1 small technical school in the country is in New Mexico. And so we have strong engineering programs and strong tech programs and strong nursing programs, strong educator programs. And so thank you for dedicating your entire life and career to education. And I accept the challenges to do better, but I appreciate the advice that we need to sing our praises a little bit better in this state. And I go everywhere all the time, and you know, I want to bring more hope. I'm hopeful. I'm not Pollyanna. I'm hopeful. This state is really on the move, and it's not about me, it's about you. You're making things happen in every corner of the state, and it's being recognized by people all across the country. And Mexico is on the move. We're getting a lot done. Just keep this momentum is the message. Let's address our challenges with dignity and earnesty, and let's focus on highlighting the things that people don't believe are true, and they are. We really are making some incredible differences. And thank you for your leadership and you as a volunteer in higher education. Now, I know your community is very proud of you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. This is why we don't let you touch the microphone. I just demonstrated what happens.
I see no further hands up. Going once.
Yeah.
Okay, so. Go
Well,
ahead.
Ben, you're not gonna get your budget now.
First of all, Governor, thank you for being here. I'm State Senator Larry Scott, and I have just a couple of comments about some things that happened in our last 60-day legislative session that might have been done better.
Okay.
And I'm going to start with medical malpractice. By most accounts, we're 2,000 plus.
More.
2,000 plus.
Way more.
Physicians short of having everyone we need. And most of the physicians that I've visited with say that New Mexico tort law is a big factor in that shortage. Doctors do not want to come here. So, we introduced, in fact, there were a number of pieces of legislation introduced for comprehensive medical malpractice reform. Only one watered-down version in the Senate even got a hearing. And it was rejected on a basically party line vote.
Yeah, that's fact. I want to make sure that I represent exactly what you're saying and exactly the way that you're saying it fact.
So the question that I have is, in the upcoming 30-day session, will your administration get behind and support comprehensive medical malpractice reform to try to get some more physicians into the state?
So yes, now I want to clarify so that you and I are on the same page. Now, I have brought medical malpractice reforms that I think you would vote for. I don't know that I was in favor of all of the provisions in some of the bills that were introduced. I have already said there are at least 3 issues, at least 3 in the current Med-Mal bill that must be addressed. Venue shopping, medical loss ratio payments, and the stacking of punitives, all right? So these 3 things, and I'm gonna say they will be the most challenging to get addressed. And I am working with key legislators, and we're having a healthcare leadership meeting with physicians, hospitals, practitioners, academics, and legislators, so we'll make sure you know when that is, in Santa Fe. In fact, we have a date, don't we?
Sometime in August, hasn't been.
That's not a date. So in August, we'll get a date to you, so I'm with you, because I want to get a sense about just how many legislators I have, right? What I need to do to get that over the finish line, and I want physicians and hospitals to talk about these issues. I have to say, if we can get it through the Senate, I think we can get it through the House. I think the Senate is the biggest problem. Again, Senator Scott is not the problem. And I will say that, one of your predecessors, not from this area, but, Senator Baca, we did a really effective job together from Valencia County coming up with a hybrid, because it was the best we could do to get a bill out of the Senate. And I'm proud to have helped broker that deal. But I'm gonna need a lot of help on med malpractice, a lot. And it's as difficult to move, as you know, as some of these public safety and crime bills. And so I'm gonna need your ideas, but you should expect a bill that you would, I believe, vote for on the call, and I'd like to have you read it and see what you think about our current proposals. We're already drafting.
Okay? The second issue, and Mayor Cobb and I have had many conversations with respect to behavioral health, substance abuse, and those types of issues where we do not in this state have the ability to hold these people against their will for a sufficient amount of time for any rehabilitation to occur. We do not have the infrastructure, we do not have the personnel, and any efforts with regard to behavioral health, substance abuse, and homelessness will fail absent some comprehensive reform on those, on the ability to hold those.
I agree with you. One thing that's kind of a misnomer, it doesn't mean, it's not enough until everyone feels like it's enough. And we do have some challenges. I'm gonna pick on a former politician. We all, 2020 hindsight, I just asked for that for my own son. But when we canceled every behavioral health contract, you want to try to hire behavioral health providers, they're not so interested in coming to New Mexico. And I spent the first 2 years of my administration settling lawsuits for unfair breach of contract. We didn't pay, it's illegal. You can't not provide through Medicaid behavioral health. And we did. And interestingly enough, the Obama administration, because I was in Congress then, refused to hold the state accountable. So I'm mad at a lot of people about that still. Mad is not a strategy. So your work to get the $1 billion, powerful. Our work to raise Medicaid rates, no co-pays for behavioral health. We have done so much infrastructure work, Senator. Since 2019, we have the 7th best behavioral health access ratio in the country. It's kind of a misnomer that you can't get any service. That doesn't mean it's enough. I'm just saying there's been a sea change. But that sort of perspective where you couldn't get in, and so there isn't any, or there's a shortage, it's sort of taken hold and nobody believes there's any placements or services available. A lot of it, and that may be the disconnect, a lot of it is still telehealth. And people may not feel like that's direct access, particularly for substance abuse. Boy, you need, in my opinion, I'm not a clinician, a lot more of person-to-person inpatient. We have a lot of inpatient services we can provide. We're not at capacity. But to your point, I can't hold you. Now the Senate, and thank you, voted and got that bill out of the Senate. In many of those committees, it was a unanimous vote to create a fair, constitutional, temporary commitment bill to provide people those interventions. I didn't get a single hearing in the House. I'm going to put that on the call, absolutely, and I'm working on it right now. I'm going to need your help. And if we have a special session, expect that that's a bill I put on that call as well.
Last issue, Governor, and this is kind of an elephant in the room with respect to folks in southeast New Mexico. We saw 23 bills introduced in the legislature, most hostile to fossil fuel development. Now this follows a pattern that's pretty much been consistent across your administration and started with, I believe, an executive order for net zero emissions in the next 25 years. Governor, that does not recognize the prosperity that the petroleum industry brings to southeast New Mexico and the state, and in one man's opinion, is completely unworkable.
All right, well, we might disagree about that. I don't disagree that I'm responsible for working to get to net zero. I take great pride, and I might have a lot of disagreement here, and I accept that, on our Energy Transition Act, which is decarbonizing utilities. It might surprise some folks to know that the key advocates to get that bill over the finish line were the oil and gas operators from these communities. All the big majors were part of that effort, and I'm very proud of that. It was a big tent. You can't have both. I don't take responsibility for legislators who are trying to erode any industries. Big tent. More than double the national average. In my administration, we went from third largest oil and gas producer to second. Now, my environmental friends like to point that out as a negative. Fair points to make. And the folks in the industry point out that we should be number one. I do think the majority of the good stuff is in the New Mexico side, in the Permian or the Delaware. We brought a lot of jobs for a ton of different industry-related things, including on the environmental side, like methane detection. I can't control what legislators do. I shouldn't. They know that if those bills got upstairs, I'm not eroding or killing any industries. I don't mind reform. I don't mind adjusting. And again, I can't pass any of those bills without the support of the industry. I'll give you another example where I could use your help. So I need you on MedMal, and thank you for caring about that. Your community needs that. State needs it. The oil and gas industry wants to fully fund our oil and gas conservation division, our regulatory division. They've asked for the legislature to fund that every year, and I can't get it. They can't do their job unless I can permit them faster. I can't do that if I have no people funded in that division. Now, we're going to come up with some interesting ways to sort of move that ahead, but it requires, a look. It's like saying that you're not going to fund, construction industries. We had to find ways to make that go faster. Remember, we had a backlog there too. I have a backlog. I need to clear it. I've committed to the oil and gas industry. I will figure that out. But it's really hard when my legislators won't fund that division in spite of the industry asking our legislative body to do that. Actually, I don't get enough support bipartisan, and I think it might feel like it would be chilling, but it's really the opposite. And I would invite you to talk to NMOGA, that's the New Mexico Oil and Gas Association, who's been the #1, please get that division fully funded. So I could really use your help on that, and maybe I'm not asking for it right, or maybe there's something that you saw in this first session that I could do better in that regard. I'd be happy to do that. But that's another way we can continue to make the right reforms and decisions in every industry, including that one.
Governor, very simply, New Mexico is out of power. We have a 2-year backlog on new industrial connections in some places. If we look to have $500 billion of AI and data center activity fly over the state.
Well, it's not flying over the state, sir. We just signed a $1 billion deal, and 2 more are coming, and we are now doing behind the meter. I don't know if you voted for that. I hope you did. So we're actually beating your neighbors. We are beating our neighbors in that work. You are correct. No state has enough power. No state. We're the only state making a difference in transmission and hitting our goals in every source of power except geothermal. And we're about to make geothermal a powerhouse too. It's an all of the above. Oil and gas, wind, solar, geothermal, and providing the technical services and supports, including what Urenco needs. They're doing a bang-up job on small-scale nuclear. We'll be the only state in America to be able to deliver on all aspects of energy, the only one.
Governor, this is my last comment.
Yes, sir.
Behind the meter utilization of dispatchable power does nothing to help New Mexico consumers. We are floating in southeast New Mexico on an ocean of clean burning natural gas that could be used to generate electricity to power not just the state, but the rest of the nation, and we can use it.
You can, and I'm working on it, and you're gonna get fired right now. Where were you? I was in Alaska. Here's something that maybe this community doesn't know about both me and you and your great work. New Mexico, the largest natural gas now field, and natural gas is a really important, and so including to my environmental folks who get very nervous when I say this, but it's true, is the only transition. So I'm gonna say to you all the things. One, I believe in climate change. Two, I believe fossil fuels is the largest contributor to climate change. I need no more fires and 1,000 floods. Even though the feds started that fire, the fuel in the forests that were drier, we're seeing the aridification of the state in spite of this delicious rain we got. We do not have enough water. It's tough. Neither does the country in many places. But after I said that, natural gas is a key to providing cleaner, pretty damn clean if you got the cleanest, if you buy it from here, the cleanest natural gas on the planet because of the way in which we've come together to identify and produce it. But the largest natural gas field, it appears, isn't here. It's in the San Juan Basin. So a brand new heat thermal study indicates that far larger than here. So we have two opportunities. You know who wants our gas? Japan wants our gas. You know who else wants our gas? Singapore wants our gas. The entire Asian Pacific world wants our gas. What is the federal government telling them they must do? Not buy our gas. You know why? Because they want it to come all out of Alaska. Well, I'm just saying, give us a fair chance. I don't need it not to come from Alaska. Alaska hasn't even started the rest of the infrastructure. It's $118 billion, and they will need an ice-breaking ship, which, oh, by the way, isn't even built. I have infrastructure here and in San Juan. It needs about a $7 billion facelift, but I can deliver natural gas LNG right now to the country, to us. I'm happy to do it. And to the rest of the globe right now. You don't have to go through the Panama Canal. I can get it out of the West Coast, 10 days instead of 40 days, and better. I have a deal with Mexico. I can get it right out of that facility. The federal government doesn't want to do that. They should want to do that, because Mexico needs our gas too. Everyone needs New Mexico's LNG. Cleanest gas, available, safe. It is a transitional fuel. I could use a little help with the feds. I don't want them to forget this beautiful, small, but very powerful energy state. And I really could use some help making that case. Now I've got Alaska feeling a little more friendly towards my efforts. And I have those nations who are coming to New Mexico to look at our assets. And I've got some deals in the works, a lot of places, but if the feds try to interfere with that commercial work, they can. So that's something that our legislative delegation, particularly from here in San Juan, I would ask you to lead a coalition. Go to DC, talk to Secretary Burgum, talk to President Trump, go to the White House. I really think it could make a difference, and I'm doing everything I can because I agree with you. We got a lot more here, and I'm the only place where we can actually move LNG right now out of the country in a productive way. Can't do it out of the West Coast ports right now. But they'll take New Mexico gas. And Mexico's got a processing facility right now. And we've got pipeline right out of Farmington all the way down there. And I'll tell you, Arizona can't move their stuff. Arizona can't expand their data centers without our gas, which is exactly what the senator said. All true. We're sitting in a really productive economic security era. It's cleaner here, safer here. It is the only transitional fuel design that deals with climate change in a productive way as we move all the other things that are not enough to power the world. They just aren't. I wish they were, kind of, but they aren't. So I'm clear. You don't need to lobby me, I'm with you. I just need help in making sure that we have enough support in all the places that we need it. And thank you for being here. I hope you liked, did you like your first session? Full session. It was challenging. I hear you, I feel his pain, but thank you for serving your state, and thank you for serving your community.
Thank you, Governor, and thank you, Secretaries, for all being here. This really is a blessing for the community. And the minute I found out about this, the more I tried to get as many people here as possible, because while I may not agree with everything, and most of the secretaries have heard me in appropriation, I still appreciate the support and you bringing them down here. This is paramount, and it's great for our community. Governor, I agree with so much with just everything the senator just talked about. I want to go back on the LNG a little bit. I had the opportunity, I had the blessing to be able to go to Taiwan last year. And Mr. De La Rosa will tell you that there wasn't a single person I talked to there and all the way across that we can help them solve their energy problems. Taiwan has a 7-day natural gas supply, that's it. We have a solution for that. We need to be doing that, and exactly what your overseas trips did in your trip to Alaska. Actually, I tried to get on the Alaska trip.
I know, they wouldn't let it, I'm kind of proud of that. They wouldn't let Governor Gordon from Wyoming go, but they let me go. I'm a bit persuasive in that regard.
Well, I appreciate the efforts that you're putting on that. Like I said, I tried to get on that trip, and Secretary Black said, no, you're too late in the game on this one.
Well, I'm gonna box his ears for you.
But, and he's a blessing to us as well. And so, I ran legislation this year, and I'll continue to do it. And I'm a pretty good thief. If I see something that was a good idea, and the person that's not gonna run it again, I ran it. And we need to look at our natural gas situation, and we need to identify that in such a way that our companies can get some of the credits out of it. We need to turn that around. I've had great conversations with Secretary Kennedy, and I've had great conversations with Secretary Kenny, and we need to continue to push that. We are at a point where, and I get, you understand that with your responses, but the goal for the ETA, just to get to 2030 at 50%. And then further on down the road, natural gas is the only supply that does that. You can't daisy chain enough solar or wind farms together to get to the heat production side of building a windmill arm or a solar panel. Doesn't happen. You can't even put enough geothermal plants together to build this. Natural gas is the only solution that helps you reach some of the goals that are set out there. And to Senator Scott's point, we are at a situation here in the Permian where, you know, the ETA that was put out there, our oil and gas industry had to start electrifying. There's a reason why we're energy poor down here right now, because when our oil and gas industry electrified in 21, we took it all. We build out in the oil field now, we're powering it with generators. There's not enough. the effort, the additional 3,500 megawatts that the provider down here needs, their request to all the different energy companies, the patterns, the wind farms, the solar farms, you name it, for that 3,500 extra megawatts, they had to put bids out for over 5,000 because that's what it takes to hit the 50% mark and still be able to put in a accredited load out there. And we're not gonna get any of that until 2028. The PRC review takes too long. And then the build out, the building out what we need for that 3,500 megawatts is gonna be a 3-year process. So the needs that we had in 2024, we're not gonna see until 2028. And this is just one little neck of the woods for the state of New Mexico. So we have so many different things that we need to address on that. With respect to that, we need to find a way to help natural gas get to whatever your goals are. But use it, and like you have talked about, ship it overseas as well. We have an amazing resource. One of the things that I'll add to the way you define our natural gas is with the cleanest, we are the most effective and efficient at getting it out. So the rest of the country, or the rest of the world can continue, but when they start moving down and they stop their production, we can do it cheaper and we're gonna be able to do it at a price rate that we're gonna be the last ones to ever use it. If they decarbonize, if they get rid of that everywhere else, and they just go with the cheapest solution, that's gonna be Mexico. So we need to fight that, and I would ask that we partner on that piece with respect to that. The piece of legislation, you know, there were some pocket vetoes that happened this year. There were some line item vetoes or different things that happened. But our biggest issue is the vetoes that our chairs are doing to our legislation. We're not getting committees. Just like some of the bills you talked about tonight, we're not getting those committees. It's not working. We're not able to have those conversations. I got that piece of legislation through the first committee, but I couldn't get a second committee here. We're gonna have to find a way around that solution as well to get to that point. And with respect to transportation, last year in 2024, we started session with a goose egg for new construction for roads. We ended up with almost a goose egg this year, $180-some million. That's it.
You can say it, I think that's a goose egg. I mean, we need billions in roads,
Yeah,
but thank you for that.
Yes, ma'am, we do. We need to do that. And then we turn around and give 6 districts $12 million for their maintenance funds. We've got to fix that. Do I agree that the bond is the best way to do it? No, I don't. But the other side of it, and I'll give you a perfect example. We spent $3 billion in non-recurring funding this year. We didn't fund infrastructure. Yeah, we funded water, we funded some other stuff, but we didn't fund the very thing that we need. Last year, I got $90 million to go to Highway 128, and that money got moved to Albuquerque. We didn't get a dime of it. We need to, the secretary and I will debate whether or not we got a dime of it. We got more than a dime, but we didn't get what was intended.
Right, and I also want to just clarify, and I don't mean any disrespect, sir.
No, that's
I
not.
don't just take money, you appropriate money, then I don't go.
Yeah.
I'm gonna move it to Albuquerque and see what that guy, see if he notices. I'm not allowed to do that. There's an entire statutory construct with the commission based on, we get a bunch of money and then it goes to that group and it has to fund the things that are in the queue. And that may not be the best way. That may need some revision, but I don't want anyone in this community to think that money gets appropriated and that any governor can just redirect it, because I shouldn't be able to do that. I wouldn't do that even if I could, but yes, you can have this sort of an unintended, I thought I was pulling together money that would do X, and then it doesn't quite do that. I can only imagine that that doesn't feel right given the amount of work it took to get that over the finish line, but I didn't want this community to think that I did that.
And I don't want that either.
Okay.
If that came across in
Yeah,
any
they're
way
already
that-
mad at me, don't give them anything else.
If that came across in any way that was.
I just wanted to clarify, yeah.
And I agree with you. As we go into the next session, we spent $3 billion in non-recurring. Legislative finance got their portion of it, the governor got your portion of it, and some of the things that you wanted. We got pittance from a capital outlay standpoint, but we, as legislators, got nothing to bring back to our community besides the capital outlay. We didn't get additional grow money, which I think that program is a waste of time, but.
Oh, me too.
Good. So.
Okay, I
but
mean,
we-
I have just ruined my next 30-day session. Senator Munoz, I really like it, I do, I was just kidding around.
But we also didn't get junior money. We didn't get to come back to our.
All right, now you're gonna dislike me, I'm no junior fan at all. I think that you need to be a bit more transparent. We have an appropriations bill that hits the priorities. We don't hide money and keep it set aside and then get it appropriated later, and then it doesn't mean anything. So I may not, now you may not like me as much as you did a minute ago, but just so that you know, I'll always tell you how I feel, and I wanna know when you think I'm wrong. That's helpful, because you don't wanna live in an echo chamber, I don't either, and this is helpful to me. Go ahead, sir.
At the end of the day, for me, we need to find a way that the state legislators are able to bring money back to their community. Granted, I would love to see the entire appropriation process change. It doesn't go into the budget until the bill passes, not the other way around. But I want to see a way in the budget cycle where we're able to sit there and say, we're able to bring back money to our community beyond the pittance that we get for capital outlay.
I'm gonna just sort of challenge you about that, and I think it's, I don't have a solution for you, and you have every right and should be working on different processes. I mean, that's your job, and I encourage legislators to do that. And I'm just gonna add up just a little bit of money, you know, this isn't all of it. 461 million for Lee County is not a pittance. It's a lot of money, and it's recurring money, most of it. That's before you get to all the capital. I mean, it's a lot of money. I think the issue is, maybe we don't always celebrate what it is. Maybe it doesn't hit the right places, right? We don't solve the local government's ability to do immediate work. It's not in roads, it's not in all the infrastructure we need, and we're building 2 schools here. We're doing a lot. And so I don't want this community, because I hear that a lot, and I get it, I do. And sometimes it is my fault, directly. I asked for something and got it in a way that competed with things here. It feels, and I made a joke once, I'll never do that again, that where resources come from just disappear into Santa Fe and never come back, and it cannot feel good to this community. But that really isn't the case. It is widely distributed. A lot of it comes back here, as it should. And a lot of it gets put into savings. It's not just, thrown away into communities that maybe don't have any economic development. We're only as strong as the whole state. Now that's not to sound defensive that we shouldn't be doing more. We should, until every issue and opportunity is realized here. We should do more. I want to be careful about that, because wherever I go, every community says, you didn't spend a single dollar here. And I say, we did all these things, but until every family feels it, it's not enough. Until every business thrives and expands, it's not enough. Until we have enough law enforcement officers and safer roads, it's not enough. But I really want everyone here to feel like, as a legislative body and as a government, we respect Lee County. Doesn't mean we always agree, and it doesn't mean we get all of our stuff from Lee County over the finish line. But we care about this community, we want more. And then 2 more quick things, because I think it's powerful for your constituents. We have a very new legislative group. right? So they don't have a lot of institutional knowledge. Now, there's a debate going on in politics in our country, you know, and I can argue it either way, actually. You know, term limits, I'm term limited, so I could argue for that. No term limits by others. Sometimes it's a throwing the baby out with the bathwater. If you have folks with no institutional knowledge about how a system works, how appropriations work, how to put together the budget, it can be a little messy. And I was concerned about this legislative session. Bills couldn't get drafted, there were tons of mistakes, the appropriations process didn't quite work. More of the appropriations process is really happening for, at least for me, I don't get anything out of the House. I sing for my supper in the Senate. I shouldn't be doing that. It should happen in the House. We build the budget in the House. GROW came about and House Bills from Junior because the House appropriations process didn't quite work. Now, the Speaker gets to design that, whoever that is in the majority, so I don't want to take that away. That's part of your position. But it's really scrambled it up, and I get legislators every year, more this year than ever, that come to me after the budget's done, asking me to help them get an appropriation bill passed. And I say, well, gosh, but the bill's done, and they have no idea what I'm talking about. We're gonna have to do a little more training, a little more work, a little more propping up. I do think it's not quite right, and this was one of the hardest sessions, and not as a governor, they're always hard. They should be hard. They should be hard. Shouldn't be easy, you know? If I got everything passed, I'm maybe not asking for the right thing, so it's okay to lose some. In 40 years, this was the most difficult session I ever worked in. A lot of confusion, a lot of anger, a lot of confusion about stuff. And I think it's growing pains with folks who are all brand new and a lot of federal frustrations about what money's coming, what isn't. That's what I'm chalking it up to. You might have a different opinion, but I think that, I don't want to sound like I'm being mad at the legislators. I think it was a really challenging session for both parties and both chambers. And it was challenging for the executive too, really challenging.
Governor, I believe that, and I believe that it wasn't easy for the executive office or any of the secretaries. It was a fight all the way through. And it didn't look as much of a fight because we didn't spend as much time in hard debate on the floor. So it looked like an easy session, but there was nothing easy about it. And I agree with you on how much money is coming to Lee County. I was specifically talking about what the legislators were able to specifically designate inside a capital outlay and not having anything else. We had $16.1 million for Lee County. So that's a tough one. So I just would like to look at options with respect to that. I've spent enough time on this. I have other things. I really appreciate each of the secretaries taking time and chatting and being here and working towards these solutions. I look forward to hearing the results from everybody that filled out a form and being able to do that. And I would ask from a team standpoint, those questions that were very specific that are directed to our constituents, that we're inside the loop on what those results are.
Oh, good idea. I don't think we've ever gotten that idea before, so that we provide information back. We will do that.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah, let me end with this. I appreciate that you all stayed so late. I'm long-winded. I don't mean to be, but I learn as much as I hope that there was information that I provided. And the reason the team is here is they're here all day. They go visit sites. They meet with people, and then they make sure to tell me that they're going to meet the needs of all your constituents, and that's really important to me too. I want to thank all the elected leaders and public servants, and businesses, and retirees, and community members, and church members, show up. I want to thank the law enforcement folks. I mean, it's a big deal to come and give up of your time. And Mayor, haven't you always been the mayor of Hobbs, like for the last 90 years or something? 13. That's an incredible career. It's a lot of dedication. It's a lot of that going around in this community, and I really appreciate it. I think there's more that we can do, and I'm a big fan of capital outlay reform. It might surprise you to hear that in many of the ways that would, benefit this community. I haven't won that either. And again, I want to end with, if I left you with the impression that I'm mad at the legislature, that's wrong. It's getting harder to get this work done. It's a lot of work that needs to get done, and we are not all on the same page on a couple of issues that I think should be easier to get on the same page. It doesn't mean that we all have the same bill. It just means that we treat public safety seriously, and we're treating roads and capital improvements seriously, and educational outcomes, and malpractice is on my list. I'm gonna get that done and right-sized. I'm gonna do everything in my power to do that before, I'm not in this incredible job. I am lucky. I believe that every day. I'm not mad at the legislature, and I shouldn't be. That would be disrespectful, but I'm hoping that we get more done, and I'm proud of all the people who dedicate their lives and careers to serving other people in their communities. Thank you for everything that you do. Thank you for the rain, maybe not the hail. And thanks for your time tonight. It means so much to all of us up here.